To go? Okay. All right, gang, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So another topic we haven't hit on is global. We've sort of talked about it, but this is going to be global. And we're going to talk about connecting globally, connecting brands and clients globally. So we've got Mike Renfro from Kinetics, and we've got Mariana Espinoza from JP Morgan. Come on up, gang.
Awesome. Hey guys, thank you. I'm Mike Renfro, head of region for Kinetics. We are a leading video platform that's really specializing, ushering in contextual 3.0 in a cookieless solution. So very excited to be here. But before we start, I just want to say out to my home state, especially Uvalde, keep those guys in your thoughts and prayers, right? So awesome. With me today, I have Mariana Espinoza. She is head of marketing for international trade at JP Morgan, one of the iconic white glove financial brands. How long has JP Morgan been around for? When were they founded?
I think like 150 years or so.
150 years, yeah, amazing. So Mariana is head of marketing for international global trade for JP Morgan Commercial Banking. She is the global market coverage lead across client engagement, events, content strategy, media campaigns. She has a 15. What did I say, 50?
You said 15.
Okay, 15. Industry veteran, having started her career in financial services at SunGard, now FIS. And before leaving to spend 10 years across various other institutions, including MISIS and HSBC, where she most recently was based in London as head of commercial banking for Ireland and Benelux. Mariana joined JP Morgan Chase 2018, right? She's originally from Mexico City, grew up in Nogales, Arizona, currently resides in Chicago with her labradoodle, Dublin, who I met virtually. She holds a bachelor's degree in communications from Arizona State University. So welcome.
Thank you.
You're
really
so
happy
welcome.
to be here.
Yeah, good. There's a really kind of fun fact, and all of us have been through kind of the COVID. We have our COVID routines at home. You know, we usually go around the block, right? Walk the dog. The fun fact about Mariana is that she lives right across from Lincoln Park Zoo, right? So think about that COVID relief getting out of the apartment. So what's your favorite animal over there?
So I usually go right for the gorillas because they're so close, but they recently welcomed a lion cub at Lincoln Park Zoo, and he's been behind the scenes these last couple months, but they're bringing him out this weekend. So I'm excited to go see like the little baby lion.
That's fantastic. It's kind of like the circle of life, right?
Yeah, circle of life.
Good. All right, let's jump into it. So Mariana, describe your role at JP Morgan.
Sure. So as it was mentioned, I'm the market coverage lead for our international business and commercial banking. So it's really, if you think about multinational corporations, that's who we bank, no matter where they are in the world. And so as market coverage lead, if you think about an agency model, I would be similar to an account director. I face off with our business heads across the world, the country heads, the guys that leads the business. And I really try to understand what their goals are and how we can create a marketing strategy to really help them reach those goals in their business. And so I lead a team across client engagement events, content, digital, paid media, social, and I'm sort of the face to the business. And then we have a really robust marketing team behind the scenes that create a lot of great campaigns.
Oh my gosh, so you run so many kind of entities and divisions. You know, what is kind of the biggest challenge or some of the current challenges you're currently facing, or the single most, right?
Well, I would say the single most challenge in operating internationally is you have to have a pulse on what's going on and really understand the global market. So the last few years, especially now, the global environment is really dynamic and it impacts different regions in different ways, and it can impact your clients. So just being top of mind, there's definitely, I do a lot of reading every day to make sure that I'm well versed in what's going on in the global landscape. But then being in Chicago, being in the US as a marketing team covering international stakeholders, the biggest challenge is not being able to have that FaceTime with them. Yeah. So over the pandemic, it was really great with Zoom. Some days I'll have 6 a.m. meetings that have to be on video. Some days I'll have 8 p.m. meetings with APAC, but that's really part of the job. But now that everything's opening up and people are meeting in person, I have to be very thoughtful in how I can reach my business stakeholders just to make sure that marketing's top of mind.
Got it. So you're running into a lot of more privacy laws, over there, especially the EU and everything like that. So how do you reach those kind of international clients like that?
Yes, that's definitely another challenge of marketing internationally is being mindful of all the regulations and of course, wherever we're operating, we try to understand how we can reach the clients, what are the privacy laws, GDPR, but then also different regulations in APAC. So we have a team that help us assess the risk and the rules of the road. So to make sure we don't misstep. But working alongside some of our partner agencies, our business, and then understanding what our clients are. So are they mostly on social? Are they on email? It's just it varies. It definitely varies by country.
Got it. Yeah, I can imagine, especially when you start getting to kind of the Asian APAC and that type of region and everything. So what emerging trends really is your team really embracing? Being a US marketer, right? Some would say going into a new country or international country, you would be more looked at as a challenger brand, but the brand equity that JP Morgan has, right? It's still that behemoth, solid rock type financial company. So how do you get get your corporate messages out and services out to these international audiences in different countries?
So our firm has been global for many, many years. In some countries, as long as 100 years or 50 years. So we're really are established global company. However, like you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation was JP Morgan is a white glove investment bank. And of course we are that, but the market that I cover is more of the middle market companies that really need commercial banking. They need treasury solutions. They need expertise in how to enter new markets. And so the trends that we're driving for is just driving awareness that not only are we a large investment bank, but also in the countries where we're local, we speak their language, we know their culture, we can bank them, we're not too big to bank them. So we definitely care about, your German middle market company as much as, a larger corporation.
Okay, fantastic. Well, good. What country is really one of the hardest to translate your corporate message into? I always wanted to ask that to a marketer.
So, well, English is in general the language of business.
Yeah.
Mostly across the world, there are countries where local language is really important. I would say that particularly in APAC, we do a lot of translations in Japanese. We do a lot of events virtually with Japanese speakers. And so for sure, the fact that it's not like a Western Roman script, it's the characters, it's a little bit challenging, but we have really good help from our business is really involved in making sure translations are correct. And then it also goes beyond just what the language is, but also how do you approach your clients. Yeah. In the US, we're very comfortable calling clients by their first name basis, but then, and depending on the region and the culture, you may want to refer to them by like doctor if they have that level, or san in Japan. So you have to be very careful and very nuanced.
Oh my gosh, that kind of really goes into the next question is, can you give us a sense on the process of determining how you reach your, target audiences from a channel perspective, right? Is it more leaning more digital? Is it more traditional, right? When I think about international audiences, especially in the country of Italy, right? You're going to have a lot of linear, right? Which is pretty dominant TV, right? And a lot of billboards out, out of home. So, what is the balance? What are you seeing? What's the trend you're seeing?
Yes. Well, definitely for us, not TV or broadcast, only because we're not reaching consumers, they're more B2B. So for that, it varies across the market. It depends whether we really go hand to hand with the client and try to understand them locally at smaller events and hear from them. Or we do a mix of social versus print in some markets versus email. One really interesting thing that I learned recently, where, as you know, as every brand, we're really email focused and how do we reach the clients that way? And I was talking to my business stakeholder in China. And we were talking about the email campaigns, and she said, you know, it's great that you're gonna maybe translate the campaigns into Mandarin, but my clients don't read email. The only reason they check email is because we're emailing them, but actually they're on WeChat, and a lot of brands out in APAC are putting out their message rather than a client email. They're putting it on their WeChat channels or in moments. So it was really eye-opening that even though from our perspective, email might be the best way to reach a client, in some countries, email is not even a thing anymore.
Yeah, and I would think too that JP Morgan would have, especially when it comes to commercial banking, would have a really first party data like CRM type, who are your clients and everything. So, but it's with the privacy, various privacy laws over in Europe, it's kind of hard to kind of model out those type of audiences. So, when it comes to that focus, is it something, is social attractive to you? Is it more open web? What is it?
Definitely social.
Okay.
From social, of course, the B2B channel is LinkedIn. So we do a lot there.
Yeah.
But then we just want to understand where our clients are and then where we can reach them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Is there a campaign or program you're really proud of that this is an opportunity to kind of tease something out there right now, but yeah, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, definitely. So within commercial banking in the US, we've had a proprietary survey and report. It's called the Business Leaders Outlook. And what we've done for, I think it's the last 12 or so number of years, is on an annual and then sometimes midpoint over the year, we survey our clients and we want to know what are they thinking about the year ahead? What are some of the challenges they're facing? What are their growth expectations? And from that proprietary data, we launch a report, and then we use that report as the base for a lot of Halo content that we can put out. And so as we've expanded internationally, and with the goal of letting global markets know that we're local and we can bank commercial clients, we've expanded the BLO program. We call it BLO, but the Business Leaders Outlook program, to a few countries. We've published reports for Germany, UK, and France, and then working on publishing a few more markets coming soon. So it's been really great to take a very successful campaign that happened in the US and seeing how we can adapt it and localize it. And then and the answers or the results from the survey do vary very much of like what UK companies are thinking versus French companies versus German. It's really interesting, although they're all in Europe, they have different concerns that we've been covering.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. How many brands are in the room that really are currently working on within international markets? Show of hands. Fantastic. Thank you. I want to do a rapid fire with Mariano, right? So get ready. I don't think you've seen this, but just give one word answer to the below. When I ask these questions, you can
Word maybe?
Yes, you can. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Which strategy has been the most effective for you in 22?
Client focus.
Client focus, meaning knowing your audience? Or?
Surveying our clients, hearing what they have to say, developing content on what our clients are thinking,
Okay.
rather than just.
So you're pushing out content. Very cool.
Yes.
All right. What is one strategy you hope to test in 23?
So I really want to do it's more than one word, but
That's fine.
a global brand survey. I want to see how we have been able to move the needle with the campaigns that we've launched outside of the US,
Okay.
and see what the perception of our brand is with our target audience. So that's something I really want to do.
Got it. What is the single most important tactic to maintain a cohesive global brand's identity?
That's a big
I think that it's also more than one word, but whatever your organization's internal structure and working and teams and alignment is,
Mhm.
you have to show a unified front because your client doesn't know what team or what department you're in. They just want to know that you're able to serve them.
Yep.
And so not bringing your internal structure externally,
Okay.
I would say.
Good. Which is more important for JP Morgan International, search or social?
Search or social? Social.
Okay, that's one word. Perfect. What's the, okay, we talked about, I think you mentioned, but what is the hardest language to translate your advertising in? Would that be?
It would be Japanese, but also second would be French. And that's only because there's a lot of different tones of voice in the French language that you could use. So even though it's technically correct, it might be nuanced depending on who's reading the piece that you want to translate.
Okay, fair enough. All right. This is a fun one. All right. Being from Mexico City, what is your favorite restaurant in Mexico City?
Oh, in Mexico City.
Mhm.
So there's this, I love tacos.
Okay.
And there's a really good taco chain called El Califa. So they do like really a bit higher end tacos al pastor, but it's
Oh,
quite
really?
good. El
Okay.
Califa.
Good. I'll share my fajita recipe with you. I think I did last night. Yeah.
Yes,
over
but
dinner,
now I
sure
have
did.
to make it.
Okay, good. This is the closing question before we open it up to Q&A. But what do you want to be remembered for? I just love this question.
In my professional life?
Our personal.
Well, I think I just want to be known for having a passion for what I do. And I've been in the international business scape about 8 out of the 15 years of my career.
Mhm.
And I really think that I found my niche.
Okay.
So I'm just really passionate about being on top of global issues and seeing how we can help our clients and making a difference.
Okay, I want to add something for more personal. It has been, over the past 2 days, it's been a pleasure to get to know you. I really enjoyed it. And I hope we can, go grab a drink, non-business, because I really enjoyed our conversations together. So
Thank you.
I want to meet Dublin too. But
My dog's name is Dublin, so
uh,
it's another nod to international and nod to my previous role as head of marketing for Ireland.
yeah, it was kind of cool. She put, I don't know what platform you were using, but she pulled it up and she goes, "Hey, here's Dublin," and it had a beam to it, and the dog came right in front of the camera. It
Oh,
was
he
awesome.
got treats.
Yeah, he got. Oh, you got treats. Yeah, so it was kind of cool, right? So, Ariana, thank you very much.
Thanks so much,
Any
Rick.
questions that we have with the audience? Oh.
So the survey that you mentioned, you're getting a lot of insights about the voice of your customer. Do you guys have tactics internally to share that with operations or with the sales teams to identify issues and then put in corrective measures to address them?
Well, we do have a readout of the survey results with our key business stakeholders that are in the country. And so they do know overall what the market is concerned with, whether it's supply chain issues or, inflation or rising energy prices. So at that macro level, for sure, we have a good pulse, and then that can translate into what should we have conversations with our clients about. When it comes to more of that servicing client experience, there are other teams that work on that angle, and for sure that's addressed. But I'm just not on that side of it.
Any more? One last one. Awesome. Thank you, Mariana.
Thanks so much,
Thank you
Mike.
guys
Thank
for
you,
having us.
everyone.
Thank you, guys. Careful on the stairs. Quick show of hands. How many people out here know the brand Farmer's Fridge? Everybody does, yeah. Coast to coast. New York, they're in JFK, they're in LAX, everywhere in between. We're getting a little more comfortable. Okay. So it's killer concept, and we're going to hear the story. And it's been a really interesting story with the pandemic, how it started as a B2B brand, pandemic forced it into a B2C model, and now they're kind of coming back in. So Matt Goins, who was with us yesterday from Verge, is going to be up here. And we're going to also welcome Megan Hurley from Farmer's Fridge to hear the story. So gang, come on out. You can get comfortable. Awesome. All right.
Hey, guys. Everyone excited?
Oh, we can play the video if we want to start with that. Great. Hi, we're Farmer's Fridge. We're on a mission to answer a simple question. Why is it so much easier to find junk food than healthy options when you're on the go? What if it could be different? If we could take the convenience of a vending machine and fill it with healthy food instead? We gave it a try, and spoiler alert, it worked. It all starts in our kitchen facility. We bring in fresh, whole, clean label ingredients and make meals from scratch. When it comes to our food, we believe in keeping it simple, combining lots of fresh fruits, veggies, and whole grains for food you can feel good about. From there, we send our ready-to-eat meals across the country. We stock meals in our fridge locations, stock the shelves of our retail and wholesale partners, and send them straight to our customers' homes with our delivery program. And we're just getting started. We want to make it simple for everyone to eat well, wherever they are.
All right, awesome. My name is Matt Goings, and I'm the VP of Sales for Central Region at Verve Group. I have with us Megan Hurley, VP of Marketing from Farmer's Fridge. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, everybody. So happy to be here. This is exciting in person. It's nice to see some faces.
That's right. And I actually got to experience Farmer's Fridge for the first time yesterday in the Midway Airport and was extremely impressed. I got the cheese snack and boiled eggs, extremely fresh. But what really impressed me was the quality of the salads. Like I thought it would just be like a standard Cobb salad and, something you get at the gas station. Maybe it's a little, moist in there or wilted.
Oh, God.
But the jars really kept it fresh. And we were talking like feta and spinach and, caramelized onions. It was very impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah. So one of the things I found most interesting is, we all know COVID made a lot of businesses adapt. It also forced a lot of businesses who couldn't adapt quickly enough out of business, unfortunately. One of the things that you guys did was kind of adapt from being a very B2B focused business model where you have your fridges in specific airports and office buildings. And then now people aren't going to airports and office buildings. So what you guys did was pivot to more of a B2C model. So tell us more about that. I think that pivot and how quickly you guys did it is amazing. And I'm happy that you were able to adapt. And now as people are coming out and going to airports and businesses again, tell us about how you're adapting once again.
Okay. Hopefully I answer all those questions. I tend to get a little lost on my talking and take people on a different adventure. But so when I'm sure everybody remembers, it's March, COVID first hit in New York, a lot of our businesses in New York. So over about 2 weeks, we lost 80% of our revenue. We're a funded company, so we are burning cash at a specific run rate. So when you lose all your money, it's a little scary. So we all went home, as everybody I think did. So it was like Friday the 13th. And we were all had the oh shit moment, which I know everybody probably was very familiar with. And we didn't know what to do. Our biggest areas of revenue are airports. No one was traveling. Hospitals, you're not going into hospitals. And you're definitely not getting Farmer's Fridge if you're there. And so we weren't sure how to survive. What was lucky is our CFO at the time was from Trunk Club. I was previously at Trunk Club, which is a styling service owned by Nordstrom, but e-com. And he was like, I think we can, because we're vertically integrated. So he was like, I think we can do this on, launch an e-commerce channel. I have 2 little boys, so they're at home with me, and I take our CEO Luke's credit card and launch on Facebook with ads that, and actually my whole team was in that video. So Liz, who's here, you'll know her as the famous actress walking in her condo with her box. Anyways, so we take all of our family members, half my team is like at home with their parents, and we make ads with all of them and their, basically their forearms dumping salads. And then we launch on Facebook. And so whether you hate Facebook or not, or Meta, they're really helpful with their targeting. So we were able to slowly bring back that revenue and really leaned on our delivery business for that first year. And being vertically integrated, we used all our own drivers, which was great. We actually branded our vans, which were used to being white vans in the middle of the night that would stock fridges. Now we branded them. We found out our drivers are super personable people. You wouldn't think that people who are stocking fridges at night were wanted to actually see any humans, but they were so outgoing and lovely and still are. And so we launched that whole delivery business. Also at the same time, internally, we always see our product as the fridge. But what actually our product is the salad. We make the salads, the jarred salad. And coming out from the fridge, it was like we all had this realization of like, oh my gosh, we actually sell a jarred salad. It's not our precious baby fridge that we love so much. And so then a lot of retailers came knocking and wholesalers. So we're on shelf at Jewel, we're on shelf at Target. We're offering, a CPG or a fresh branded CPG item in an area that usually you don't see many brands in. So like the deli area, it's like us and Boar's Head, which our CEO and my children are very obsessed with Boar's Head. I didn't know there was such a passionate amount of people behind that brand, but now I know because we hang out right next to them and they're black shelves and great branding. And so coming out of those 2 years, we really became, we were one channel with our fridges, and now we're omni-channel. So we're wholesale retail. We still have the delivery business, and then our fridges are coming back, as you mentioned. And so as people are traveling, as workplaces are opening back up, but they're hybrid, we're the perfect offering for that. So airports are struggling with labor. We are a no labor solution, so we're perfect for that. They're also, struggling with just staying open. So we're 24/7, so it's totally fine. We are a good solution for that. And then workplaces. So we are a hybrid. I don't even want to say hybrid. We're like a show up at the office if you want to show up kind of option. And so our fridge is great because you go in and there's food there. And we work we're out in Fulton Market here in Chicago, but in an area where there's actually no restaurants, which is kind of weird if you spend time in Fulton Market. It's all restaurants, except for where Farmers Fridge is. So there's not very food options. And so the fridge is actually perfect for locations like that. And so we've seen our fridge business after 2 years of kind of being dormant, just take off. And so now we are national. Before the pandemic, we were just New York and Chicago, and then Indianapolis and Milwaukee. And now we're up to Minneapolis, east all the way to Boston, and then we're in LAX and some San Diego locations. So, and hopefully headed to your town soon in Texas. Yeah.
Well, that's super exciting. And I will say you nailed it. You hit every part of that.
Yeah.
Not all businesses are able to be that nimble and that quick. And it's pretty impressive that the entire promo sizzle video is your entire team.
I know. Aren't they so good looking? Like, I'm so impressed. We had wanted to do it. And Liz, who's our head of brand, is here. And she's like, I think I'm just going to go do this video. And I was like, okay, like, just tell me how much it's going to cost. And then she's like, here's the video. We just cut it. And I was like, oh my goodness. Like, I love a good, cheap video. And it looks so great. It's just so nice.
That's awesome. Startup life, right?
Yeah. A voiceover is our customer service, head of customer service. She went to school for media. So if anybody's looking for voiceover talent,
I tell you,
she's for hire.
That's awesome. So not a lot of businesses are in the B2B and B2C space. Talk to us a little bit about how you treat those customers differently.
Yeah. So it's wild. So I came from always brand side with great companies, Trunk Club, Nordstrom, Whole Foods, Starbucks, Pete's Coffee. Like I love brand. And I was a big fan of Farmers Fridge, and I ate Farmers Fridge every day while I worked at Trunk Club. And I was like, this brand is great. And then I walk in the doors on my first day and I'm like, is this a I think this is a B2B company, which is fine. But if you're a brand B2C person, you're like B2B, that's like sales. No offense to salespeople. But I'm a
None
one to
taken.
many. I don't want to do one-to-one. Like I like humans, but I just, it's awkward. I'd rather just send you an email. So really it was about selling this fridge into locations where we're already vetted. So like hospitals are saying like, we need a healthy option. Farmer's Fridge is perfect. And we were like, yes, we are. And so at the time, I think we were overconfident in our marketing a bit and just a little bit overconfident in how we targeted places because they were more targeting us. And then it worked. And then we could go to like the next hospital and be like, see, Northwestern loves us. Don't you love us? And so then all of a sudden we go into B2C land and it's like, oh, how do you target people? And so that, you do the classic upload of the email into the meta and get the lookalike audiences and do all of that. But we hadn't developed a brand off of consumers. And so now that we're back in the space of B2B with wholesale retail and our fridges, but B2C with delivery, we're really taking a hard look at really how we do everything. So if you ask anybody at Farmer's Fridge about our data or about an analysis, they will all talk about the fridge as if it is a human. Like everybody can give you the details of the Groupon fridge or the whatever you want to call it, 600 North Kingsbury fridge. Like they know it intimately, but they do not know anything about customer behavior. And so since I've started, what we're trying to do is really just bring in a customer perspective. So when you look at data, it's about like customer behavior data, not fridge behavior data. And it's been the hardest. It's actually been really hard to explain when everybody's so focused on this B2B experience, but also just fridge and not really thinking of the customer. And so it's like back to marketing 101, we're just talking about customer funnel, talking about how a customer behaves at our different touch points versus before. And if you were a fridge customer before, you only were at one fridge. Like I was at my Trunk Club fridge. It was the only one I went to, maybe in the airports, but you never really moved around. And so it made sense. But now it's really trying to figure out how we come out and understand our consumer and our customers a little bit better. We even talk about like, should we call them consumers or should we call them customers? We were calling them C2 for a while, which I had never heard of. And I was like, I'm one of the oldest people at that company. And I'm just like, these are brand new terms. And it's just trying to figure out how we really talk about the human that is purchasing the food that we make and where they are purchasing it from versus like the passion about the one O'Hare fridge or whatever. And as part of that, it's really figuring out our brand and how we talk to consumers. And so we on the marketing side are pretty comfortable in that space. But then right now going through the whole sales cycle and trying to figure out inbound, it's like trying to find that voice and make it much more comfortable with whoever we're selling to versus getting very structured. Like right now we're getting very structured and we're like, oh, it's a little too salesy. So it's been a interesting journey, I would say.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I think if you look at the B2B customer, they're more need-based.
Yeah.
Getting off the airplane. Of course, now airplanes aren't serving food on board. So I'm starving. I need something to eat, need-based. B2C, more convenience. I need something delivered to my house because I'm working from home now and working through my lunch hour. So yeah, it really is a different customer. And when I think of who you're targeting on the B2C space, is it the health nut, like the salad snob?
No.
Or tell us a little bit about who that customer is.
Yeah. So we're trying not to do that.
Or should I say that C2 is?
Yeah, the C2. I was just like, what? They wanted to change our team name to C2. That was very confusing time. We're out of that now. But so we're really trying to make healthy food accessible. And as part of that, kind of meet people where they're at. And so we don't, I've worked for some great brands that have had different parts of, the health story. And what we don't want to do is make anyone feel like they're not part of that. So we're not marketing towards a specific diet. We all know we need to probably eat a little bit more fruits and vegetables. And we hope that we can just be part of that decision-making. So we really just try to make it fun and accessible. And it's not, we don't cater to any specific diet trend. We don't try to talk about diet trends. We really don't talk about too much of the wellness lifestyle. most of our customers, what we have found through the research that we've just started to do, is that people come to us first for convenience, and then they're happy that they found something healthy. So they're not seeking out a healthy option first, which is interesting because when I first started, we'd always say it's convenience and health. Those are the two, those are the things. And it's really very clearly convenience first and then health. And so that's a much different play than somebody who's like, I am, keto or gluten-free or whatever. They're going to seek out something much different. And so we solve a different need, which makes it a lot more fun for us. And it's a lot easier, honestly, when you're talking to people on a real level. Like we were talking about it actually last night at dinner. I don't eat salads on the weekends. Like, that's not what weekends are for. Like, I eat Farmer's Fridge all week long and it's great. But like on the weekends, I go to Fire Cakes on Saturday, I get my donuts. And then like for lunch, we're like getting the kids Lunchables, and then I'm having like a nice lunch. And so that's kind of how, and by nice lunch, I mean like a sandwich from like an Italian sandwich shop, because that's what I want. And so I eat Farmer's Fridge all week long. It makes my choices very easy. And I know I'm like checking the box on something that makes me feel good. I'm not going to crash. But it's just, I am, like most people, you go too hard on anything. And then like, 2 weeks later, I think we talked about this, then your like workout thing is sitting over there and you're like, oh, that lifestyle I was going to pick up is now hiding under my dirty laundry. And that's hopefully not what we want to be. We want to just be the one choice that you make a week to eat just a bit healthier.
Yeah. And you're dealing with a lot of consumer psychology as well. So I think about like the airports and the fridges and the vending machines. Like if there's just one vending machine, it's junk food, I don't feel guilty getting a Snickers bar. But if there's a, Farmer's Fridge right next to it, a healthy option, I kind of look around and, I feel like I'm being judged. So I feel like I have to get the healthy option.
I mean, we're not judging you, but if you feel that way,
Somebody
to support Farmer's Fridge, I think that's great. Yeah, it's funny. It's we used to not be at Midway. I fly out of Midway a lot. And I would go there and I'd be like, well, it's okay. There's no Farmer's Fridge here. So like I can eat gummy bears and get my glass of wine and it's okay. But then once we did go to Midway and I could get Farmer's Fridge, it actually is so nice to eat healthy at the airport. I travel a lot with my kids. They've created great content, by the way. You'll see my kids all over our stuff because they are also free models. That's startup life.
Child labor.
I know. I mean, they get a great product, but they like run to the fridges because they are very excited. They like all of that product too. They're not eating the salads. I don't want to pretend like my kids are super healthy, but they like the parfaits and they like the eggs and all the bowls. And so, it's just a nice option to have. And, hopefully it makes you feel a lot better when you're traveling to wherever you're going.
That's great. And just want to pivot a bit while we have you up on stage and talk about things you're passionate about. And, this is going to be my only plug for Verve Group. So get ready.
Do it.
We are passionate about disrupting the programmatic space and getting rid of all the middlemen. So we own the entire demand to supply chain. When I talked about you were passionate about other things still related to marketing, but I thought it was extremely interesting. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So when Matt asked me, I was like, I know my answer should be like data, or like, I'm so passionate about first party data and privacy, because I know those are the buzzwords. And I know everybody shows up at all the talks to like figure out what's going to happen. But it's not actually what I'm passionate about. And I hope someone does figure it out and all my stuff can perform a lot better at work. But one of the things that I've been watching happen, I know everybody's been watching this happen. And at my point in my career, I'm kind of looking out in front of, probably 30 more years of working. CMOs move out of positions. I think it's less than 18 months, but let's just assume it's 2 years, which is like 15 jobs. And that is like, oh my God, like that sounds exhausting. And so one of the things that has frustrated me, and I haven't seen anybody really have a good answer or doing anything about it, is how do you brand the CMO better, or the marketing spot in the executive suite or the marketing team? I often feel like marketers work really hard. They're all over the place. I know everybody saw us walk in today from like the 2 events we've already been at. And yet they're the first to get blamed, and then the first to also get fired when you're in an executive spot. And so as I grow my career, I'm like, maybe I should go be a data scientist, because everyone's passionate about data. But like, what is marketing in the future, and like, how do they actually earn a spot at the table? We are driving a lot of the revenue. We're responsible for a lot of that revenue. And so it's just like, how do you brand? Like, why can't which we talked about, like, why can't the people in charge of the brand themselves in that role a little bit better, to make sure that there is growth and that they're an important voice. And so I know I'm rambling on a little bit, but I think that would be like, I don't want to work for 15 companies and over the next 30 years. Like, I like to settle in and really help a brand and a company grow and be part of that decision making. And so it's how do we do that in the marketing world, for the future.
It is true. We almost do it. I guess it could be a good business model, but marketers for the marketer.
Yeah.
And, we don't do a good job of cheerleading for our departments and our wins and everything that we do. And I guess it's kind of like, the classic guy in your neighborhood who owns a landscaping business, but he has the ugliest yard in the neighborhood.
Yes.
Oftentimes, yeah, we know how to market. We just don't get to it. We don't do it for ourselves. We don't put ourselves first. And, how many friends do we have that aren't in marketing? I'm sure we could go through our LinkedIn profiles now and start counting the number of jobs we've all been at. And yeah, I definitely double digits. So I'm up there with you. But I have friends who, been working for the same oil and gas company for 30 years or engineering at, Texas Instruments for 20. We just don't have that type of stability in our industry. And what it does is it creates a lot of paranoia, a lot of that, I need to get some quick wins, because if I don't get quick
Oh my God,
wins,
quick
I'm the
wins.
CMO.
Everybody
Yeah.
drink. He said it. Like, yeah.
So yeah, it is an interesting point. I'm glad you bring it up. It isn't talked about. So,
Well, and it's also like the quick wins is like, I made the joke several times about data, but it's also like everybody's selling a thing. And I am always like listening to a pitch or trying to find a shiny object. And it's just not, it's not working. One, we don't spend that much money, so I can't invest that much money. But the stuff that is actually worthwhile and foundational is expensive and takes a long time. And so, like when I first started, we were on MailChimp. Well, if you've ever been on MailChimp, it's great for a startup. It's really hard if you're trying to grow. So we had to move over to a different CRM, and just building that and the impact that makes. It took a year. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh, great, we have a great email program, but now we need to bring on SMS and we need to bring on push. And traditionally in marketing, like my tenure would be up at that point. So it's like, how do we respect that role, get finance? So I love all my finance partners. They're great. But finance a little bit backed away from marketing, and really try to understand and give that position a little bit of space in the same way we give a tech team that space. The product and tech teams are always, their roadmaps are like 10 years out. I'm just like, damn, I would love that. And they're like, Megan, you got 3 weeks. Yeah, triple that revenue. And that's true. And I'm just like, I have no idea how I'm going to do that. And so I feel like they're, really Matt and I are here to pitch you guys on our new business to rebrand the CMO, which is what this is about. But yeah, I look out there and I'm like, it would be great for someone to figure this out.
So what do you think the solution is? Like, where does it start? Does it have to come from top down, from the CEO? Does it have to come from a major national global corporation, being kind of the first in the space to do it? What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I think it's a brave CEO, to be honest. Like, I feel like we watch P&G go out there and like just tear apart ad agencies. And I don't know if that's like the best language or way to handle things. But it's just like, who is a marketing? Like, it's just nice to rip on marketing. And then also say like, they're great, but it's just when you go out there and you listen to all these reports on Wall Street, it is like, the marketing team does get blamed. And I don't want to sound like, I feel like I'm sounding like a terrible, like negative Nancy up here, but I do think it's probably like an advocate in leadership that isn't the marketer. It's also, all of our peers saying like, oh, I'm a finance person and maybe I don't totally understand marketing, which I also don't see that happening. I'm married to an illustrator graphic designer, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about half the day. And he is totally marketing adjacent. So if everybody else was just really comfortable in being like, you're the expert in your space, I'm the expert in mine, and I think we could go forward, I think teams would be a lot better. And I hate to compare it to sports, but it's the same way. Like if you're a good defender, you're not going to go out there and be like, oh, I should be a forward. Like you're comfortable as a defender. That's where you want to be. You score a goal once a year, and that's exciting. Everybody cheers you on because they, you don't get goals. But then the forward is in their position and they're comfortable. And I think that more CEOs that drive that, but just more executives in general that can drive a healthy team atmosphere like that, especially big public companies, I think it's better off for all of us.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think a big component of it is diversity. We talk about a lot of, DE&I and diversity inclusion, but I think it's job diversity and responsibility diversity. And you look at a lot of these large corporations like Shell and Dell and Texas Instruments, their marketing people aren't marketing people. They rotate every 12 months and they'll go do a product job and they'll go do a marketing job and then communications and this and that. And that's how they build a 30-year career. But I think you get someone like that who understands what product goes through and understands what marketing goes through and finance and all these things. When they do become CEO, they have a lot more perspective. And I think their expectations more realistic.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I was like, oh, the brand manager rotation, those days are over for me. But yes,
Yep.
I would totally, it is about perspective. And like, I always find like make someone work an event. Because the first time they work an event, they're like, oh my God, is this what you do? And I'm just like, yes, when you are nagging me on Slack, this is what I am talking to that crazy person about our brand. And it's great. And so I feel like that experiencing it all is very helpful to that.
Well, that's great. I want to open it up to questions in the audience. Farmer's Fridge is a super cool business model. So yeah, thanks for joining us, and I'd love if you can answer a few questions.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Matt.
All right, questions. Don't be shy. All right, go ahead.
Obviously, you guys had to kind of pivot during the pandemic and build that delivery business. Is that something, being a smaller company and still being funded, do you see that moving forward, you might be too diversified since you originally were B2C and now you're doing, or B2B and now you're doing B2C as well, and kind of trying to do the gamut on all of reaching everybody?
Yeah. So we moved. Yes, we moved our delivery business into a third-party logistics company. So we are no longer handling the shipping of that. I run delivery, so it's like my little baby. But as a company, it's just not our focus. It is helpful for driving top line revenue. It's definitely not our most profitable, as everybody knows. I mean, everybody knows meal delivery is a hard business. So we definitely have it on, but it's not our focus. It's really the fridge business, which we can manage end to end. I mean, the secret behind Farmer's Fridge is we're a supply chain business, and it's really about logistics. And so that's the hard part about getting investments in marketing and MarTech, because really everybody in our company is focused on logistics, because we're trying to get zero waste. We're trying to keep our product fresh. And so everything we invest in is that. And so with delivery, when we put in a box and it's out of our hands and we're not controlling it, it's just like not part of our entire mission. But it's been a very helpful channel. And it's also been really helpful in just driving brand awareness. So we're in 44 states with delivery. And so I now have like an awareness campaign that brings in revenue, which is like every marketer's dream. So it's been helpful. So I'm just like, don't turn it off yet. So it's been helpful, but yeah, going forward, our focus is really retail, wholesale, and fridges.
And I think what you told me, which was interesting, is that the fridge customer had higher margin and profit and lifetime value than the home delivery, which is shocking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, delivery costs are like crazy. And then, we deliver a refrigerated product, which is very hard to ship. So, it doesn't always end up perfect on your doorstep. And so once you put that all in, it's just not that great of a business. Whereas the fridge, we control everything. So every purchase that anyone makes is sent back to us, and that's how we do our production. So we're hopefully, like, we're trying to get to zero waste. I think it's pretty difficult, but our waste levels are extremely low because of the algorithm and that constant signaling back into our production. So we make the exact right amount of food. And so, yeah, delivery is a tough one.
Oh, so anyway, when I was working in an office, there was not a day that 25 or 30% of the people didn't have one of your containers on the desk.
Yay.
So it was great. But so as you are expanding, what other media channels do you think you're going to be utilizing?
Oh gosh, that's tough. I think our CEO likes to say our best billboard is our fridge. So I obviously love all the delivery paid, which is great. We're on Facebook and Google, like the classics. And then we invest a lot in PR. I don't know if we'll really be diversifying off too much off of that in the next couple of years. I think once we're at a much higher growth rate, or not growth rate, we're at a high growth rate, but at a much higher revenue stage, we'll invest in that. The issue is our fridges, a lot of them are private. So when you're looking at like billboard, like out of home, it's just like, oh, no one's going to walk into your old office building. They can't get in. So it is an interesting problem, which delivery has helped with, but that's why we focus on PR and events and a lot more of that before moving into more traditional channels.
All right. Great
Awesome. Thank you,
questions.
guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Careful on the stairs going down. Oh, sorry. Okay, quick change. All right, last one before lunch. Here we go. And this is going to be a sweet one. Because it's canned. Thank you. Thank you. There's your dad joke for the morning. All right. So innovation at Mars. And they did bring candy. There's a lot of candy coming up. So get ready. Tina Conley from Mars, Reed Colligan from LG Ad Solutions. And they're going to talk about innovation that's happening in, one of the Heartland's biggest and best parent companies. Come on up, team. Yeah. Don't eat too much. We're having lunch after this.
There's a lot of it, so eat as much as you can. We figured we have the coveted, 12 o'clock pre-lunch spot. So we were talking last night and saying, you know what, I think it's time we bring quite a bit of candy. We'll get them high on sugar a little bit and we'll figure it out. So thank you all very much for joining us today. Just a little bit of a quick intro. My name is Reed Colligan. I work at LG Ads based in New York City. I know Amanda was here before. Our value prop is simple. We get ACR data from 30 million televisions in the US, 130 million globally. We use that to find your audiences and really reach the unreachable audiences. So that's a little bit from me, but we all know why we're here today. I'll introduce Tiana here. Take it away.
Hi, all. I'm Tiana Conley, and I am the Portfolio Strategy Vice President at Mars. I am over chocolate, and I've been in CPG marketing for the last 20 plus years. I am younger, or I am not as young as I look, I should say. I've been around the block, so I've been at Procter & Gamble, I've been at Kimberly-Clark, I've been at Beam Suntory, I've been at Kellogg. So I will talk about innovation at Mars, but I'm also happy to pull on examples from any of those companies. And I've also been an observer of the industry as well.
So we talked a lot about your background. It was pretty impressive. And before we begin, I want to share just a quick story that I think is very relevant, kind of tease up this conversation. And so last night at dinner, we were talking about getting some candy. So about 10 o'clock, I went over to Walgreens and stocked up on just way too much candy. And in the back, I was actually pulling out some Skittles, and I noticed a different type of wrapping from Skittles. And I pulled it up and I looked at it, scanned the QR code, and I put it in my bag. And as I was checking out, the woman aide first thought I was crazy because of the amount of candy that I bought. But secondly, she was holding up the package and she said, what is this? And I said, oh, it's the pride packaging for Skittles. And you should have seen her face just completely change. She had the most beautiful smile and she was so happy. And I said, you know what, keep it. She's like, I don't want to take your candy. And I looked over and I said, I think we've got enough here. And so she said, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I said, actually, I'm having a conversation with the woman that probably came up with this idea tomorrow. Would you mind if I took a picture of you, and it'll make everybody very happy. So this is the picture. This is Megan from last night. And I know some of the job at Mars is to make people smile. So you absolutely made Megan's day. She wanted to say thank you. She felt very recognized and proud. So thank you to that.
Yes, and I will pass the thanks along to my colleagues. So I've been at Mars since December, so it's been a short 6 months. I can claim no credit for that, but I can tell you a little bit about the story behind that product. And this is the Skittles Pride Pack. And so something you'll see, something you notice, one of the trends in innovation is a lot of, let's call it in the LGBTQ plus community, rainbow washing. And that was really kind of one of the thoughts behind this, which is Skittles, who is known for its rainbow, instead of co-opting the rainbow, how can it lend its rainbow to create more advocacy and create a voice to really raise awareness and really create a forum for people in the LGBTQ plus community. And so that's really what the story of this product is about. It's really about raising awareness. The Mars donated $100,000 to GLAAD. They're also, instead of a QR code, a queer R code that tells the stories of people in the community. So they paired up with a lot of different influencers, Blair, Amani, Tenderoni, a lot of different people. So you can learn about a gender fluid mariachi makeup artist influencer and see art from people and really get to know that community. And beyond just the packaging, which typically is flooded with a rainbow, it's grayed out, but so is the product. So that was, I think, just really a brilliant idea that I think encapsulates really a unique take on innovation that's not like just a new product, but really thinking broadly about what innovation can be.
I absolutely love that. It's almost a round of applause deserves for that one. So you have a pretty extensive background, right? It's very impressive. Can you talk a little bit about your roles and responsibilities now, but also why you chose Mars Wrigley, right? You probably could have gone anywhere. So can you talk a little about the innovation that they're doing, your roles and responsibilities that you have right now?
Sure. So I'll start with my roles and responsibilities. I said I lead the global portfolio strategy, and you guys are looking at me like, what's that? Essentially, it's how do we drive the growth levers, identify the growth levers, and define the strategies for driving growth. So that is inclusive of innovation, but also equity, communication, and really driving that down into essentially the regions who are responsible for driving the P&L. So setting the innovation agenda, pipeline, determining the overall arc of the equity, leading and setting direction on campaigns, and then giving the regions direction. So I know a big part of this is about media. I'm not responsible for media, but as we think about defining equity for the brands in my portfolio, which are really exciting ones like Snickers, like Twix, like Dove, Galaxy, Milky Way, and so on and so forth, really saying, okay, based on the growth strategy we have, then how would we then translate that for those that own media into a media and buying strategy, for example. But as far as Mars, because I've done similar roles to this at other companies, why did I come to Mars? It is the first and only privately held company I've ever worked for. That's really different. And there are 5 principles at Mars. I'd say the one that resonated to me is with me that I found quite intriguing is called freedom. And freedom is not what you think about like, for example, freedom in America, for example, but it's around freedom to operate. And that's essentially the idea that when you're profitable, you have the ability to define and chart your own path. And it's really about also sustainability. So rather than thinking in quarters in terms of how do I deliver numbers for the street, and analysts that are judging me and my share price going up and down, it's really thinking about by the family, the Mars family, who's still very involved in the business and very invested in the business and putting their own dollars back into the business, is thinking sustainably in terms of generations. And that is a really different outlook and a really different way of thinking about the business. And I say the second principle that really resonated with me is about a principle called mutuality. And that's really the idea that of shared success, meaning my success as an associate is linked to your success as an associate. But beyond that circle, our success as a company is rooted in the success of consumers, rooted in mutual success of our customers and retailers, and also rooted in the mutual success of the planet, of the communities, of the environments that we operate in.
Love that. And what I like too is that that's the first thing you see on the website, right? It's not pushing product. It's the first thing, the principles are on the website, and there goes the Skittles. So can you talk a little bit about brand health pre-COVID, as we can almost say, middle kind of post-COVID? Consumer habits have changed, health habits have changed. Can you talk a little bit about, the fluctuations that you're seeing? And do you think it's going to be a long term, or do you think it's going to be kind of a short term and things will go back to the way they are?
Sure. I hope I'm not being redundant with anything that was said thus far, and maybe things that you've heard before. So I'll try not to be excessive about it. But I think that COVID accelerated trends that we were already seeing. I think, for example, we were seeing trends about health and wellness that deepened and accelerated. We were seeing regulation in that space. We're seeing consumer trends. And then, we had a pandemic or having a pandemic, and people being very concerned. Oh, guess what? Everybody doesn't have access to healthcare. And so people being very concerned about managing and maintaining their health. That's really, I think, a super important dynamic, particularly in a company dealing with food. And in our instance with Mars Pet Health, which is not something I work on personally, but very, very critical. I think another piece is in the space of accessibility with regard to the impact to the overall macroeconomic dynamics, and how that ultimately impacts people and their ability to afford products. The trends that we're seeing in terms of increasing rents, increasing cost of living, inflation, so on and so forth. And then I think the other trend that I'll point out that you are all experiencing yourself, seeing in your industries, is the shift in channel migration. So everybody was in stores, lockdown happened, now I'm buying things online. So the importance of ODD, or on-demand delivery, the importance of buying online, whereas, for example, people that were like your grandma or your great aunt, not to discriminate against the grandpas out there, but they weren't buying in that way, and now they are, and that that trend was already happening, but now deepening, accelerating. Innovation playing a super important role in all of those. So think about us as, where I work, Mars Wrigley, a candy manufacturer, bringing innovation in that space, sometimes touching one or all three of those trends. I'll talk about a product, Snickers High Protein. So Snickers High Protein is a direct-to-consumer Snickers, exactly what it sounds, high protein product. But essentially it's a Snickers protein powder, Snickers protein bar that's low in sugar, 4 grams of sugar, and super high in protein, 20 grams of protein. And can I tell you, it tastes freaking fantastic. Sports nutrition is a $21 billion industry. and products are shit. Can I say that? They're horrible. I mean, they taste like chalk. They're so disgusting. And, to have people that work out all the time and say, hey, this helps me with my needs during pre-post, and during working out, and it tastes like a Snickers bar, that can be game changing. So I think that's something that's very exciting that picks up on that trend.
That's great. And I know that's a fantastic product launch. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of media behind it. And can you talk about some things that have not worked well, and most importantly, what you've learned from it, and kind of how you pivot your strategy moving forward? Yeah, or which just in general, anything that you thought would work out well that, at some point in time, you said, okay, you know what, we thought this was going to be a hit, and, it was less so.
Yeah. I probably haven't been at Mars long enough to see what hasn't worked well there. But if I was to say on a more generic basis, like what isn't working in the innovation space, I think that myself, marketers, the industry has to recognize overall the pivot that's happening. I think a lot of times as marketers, as innovators, a lot of the frameworks that were developed are like 1950s frameworks, and we're still running that playbook. I do believe that like the psychology of marketing is still very relevant in terms of like understanding human beings and needs and motivations. But a lot of the context has greatly changed. I don't know if you noticed this thing called digital, so kind of the way that we test, the way that we go to market, the way that the channels that we offer propositions, I think are all very different. And I think that we as an industry have been very slow to recognize that. I think that's why we see CPG packaged goods in particular, like running after tech and trying to model a lot of things after tech, and why we see a lot of startup and things like food industry modeling themselves after tech, which I think is just really fascinating to think about food in that way, healthcare in that way. I think some of the tension that we have to balance is there's inherently a reason why some of those industries are slow and regulated. Everybody knows Theranos. The reason why those things are regulated is because if you eat bad food, you can die. Whereas if there's a bad update on Facebook, you don't like it and you're mad, you know what I'm saying? And being pissed because you don't like the button on Twitter versus, getting a medicine that kills you it's a really different risk profile. So I think that's some of the tension that we have to balance. I think some of the other shifts that we are coming to terms with very slowly is in terms of thinking about how we define innovation and the breadth of innovation. So I think what is innovation and what is included in innovation. So traditionally it's like, it's a new product. And then we got real fancy and we said, okay, it's a product or package. And now it's like, but we should be thinking about it as product, package, experience. We should be thinking about that is in just a much broader term, right? And so it should be a lot more things. It should be partnerships. It should be occasions. It should be a lot more things in the way that we're defining it. And I'd say the other aspect of breadth is who are we innovating for? So I would say that traditionally we've innovated for the masses. We've innovated toward the center, which has led us to very mainstream type of ideas. Because we want to drive volume, those are the metrics we're looking at. And it's like, we need to maximize sales. I think that what that causes us to do is to think about a certain audience that we're innovating for, and then leave out and exclude a lot of other audiences. And so I think particularly in this country, but other countries as well, who are we leaving behind? And how does that limit our creativity? So an example, not necessarily in CPG or any others, but is like sidewalk cutouts. Sidewalk cutouts were designed for people in wheelchairs. Well, what percentage of the population is in wheelchairs? A very small percent. But an innovation like that serves a lot more purposes. People on skates, people wheeling something, people with a baby, you know, it serves a lot of different purposes. By the way, it also saves money because have lower material costs. And so thinking about people in the margins can push you to innovate in ways that serve a lot of people. And I think we've neglected those audiences traditionally because we think that they're niche. Sometimes we do it very badly. And so because we don't have a reflection of those audiences in the room, or sometimes they're in the room and we don't listen to them or we don't give them a voice. And so we end up with stuff like Juneteenth ice cream.
That's miss. Next question, or you want to keep going on that? Well, should we just let it sit for a second? Yeah.
We'll let that go.
Yeah. In terms of, your role is global strategy, correct? And so looking at the US, I was reading something that, developed countries consume about 10 times more chocolate than undeveloped countries. Can you talk about, different consumer trends that you're seeing in the US, trends that are moving overseas, your kind of thought, top line, 30,000 view of kind of how you push the category, how you kind of get your world-renowned brands to kind of be pushed in more in other countries?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that that is very top of mind for me personally, and thinking about chocolate. So just for perspective, penetration of chocolate category in westernized countries can be up to like 97, 98%, just to give you perspective. So we're always thinking about per capita consumption or driving penetration in categories where they're like, chocolate, what? China, I think, is a really great example where essentially we built the category and Mars came into the market with the Dove brand that you may be familiar with here, maybe some from chocolate, maybe some from ice cream. And we essentially built the category with that brand there, which is now the market leader. And I think that it's very interesting if you look, there is traditional chocolate, but they've, I think, been very keen to think about the tastes and the needs of that market. And so there is a line that we would call the rainbow line that has things like strawberry chocolate and guava chocolate and lemon chocolate, really kind of catering to the taste and needs of that consumer. And a personal favorite of mine is, if you think about the milk tea or bubble tea trend, that there is tapioca covered with chocolate that is just divine. I don't know if there's enough of an audience for that in the US, but I'm telling you, like every time I get my hands on it, I'm like gobbling it down. So I think those, really kind of circling back, like really thinking about what are the needs of this audience, designing to that. I think the other thing is that as a whole, chocolate is very seasonal. So it's not a surprise to you that here in the United States, so much of our chocolate is sold around Halloween and Valentine's Day. And in China, a lot of the sales are made around Chinese New Year. Likewise, in Middle Eastern countries, a lot is sold around Ramadan, Eid. So I think that really kind of being tapped into understanding kind of the rhythms, how consumers operate, what are the occasions, what are the tastes, what are the needs, is how we're really thinking about attacking that.
I love it. And I love all chocolate. So tapioca chocolate is perfect for me. We have about 6 minutes left for questions. So we'd like to open up to the room. They eat too much chocolate right now.
When's lunch?
Yeah. Well, look, we'll take advantage of the 5 extra minutes here. We've a room full of marketers here, right? In terms of, what can we do to help you kind of, push innovation forward, right? This is a brand new world of technology. I work in the CTV space, but there's people from all over the industry here. What can we do? What do you want to see, our side of the business do to help you get your message out, right? Because you can innovate as much as you want, but if nobody sees it or nobody understands it, and we talked about momentum, right? And how innovation, it takes that first step and then everybody seems to follow a little bit. So kind of an open-ended question, but feel free to take it as much as you want.
Yeah, I guess if I was giving a challenge to the audience on how do you create more of an innovative culture or innovative mindset? Because there are a group of leaders here. I would say if you are in the more experienced phase of your career, what are you doing personally to create a culture, a mindset, and an experience in your organization that paves the way for innovation? What are you doing to mentor people? What are you doing to cultivate that culture? What are you doing to challenge the mindset? What are you doing to open doors? How are you establishing that in your leadership teams? I think that you are now in a position where you have the power to make that happen. How are you using your voice? How are you using your position? How are you using your authority to do that? I think if you're in the younger part of your career, where you have more ahead of you than behind you, I would say to use your creativity. You bring your ideas forward, be loud, make noise. Also, be out in the marketplace. I would say some of the best, I'm not really in a place where I'm personally doing a lot of innovating. I'm coaching teams. I'm helping create the system, systems, taking down barriers. But like some of the best ideas I had were from the junior part of my career when I was doing a store check. And I was working on the Olay brand, and I was working on a eye product for Olay in the club store. And I noticed that our packaging, which you go to the club channel and you see dog food, and it's like, it's gigantic, right? It's like, and then you go into the beauty aisle and you see eye cream, and it's like, this big. And I'm like, great, people are really going to be able to see that. No, they're not. And so I worked with a supplier and had this idea to create these billboard packages, which is basically a cardboard cutout, to create a big presence that we could put like a beauty visual or show the benefits and then stamp the product out like a clamshell type of situation, except it was cardboard, so it was more sustainable. Well, that ended up being the norm. It drove our sales 20%, but then everybody copied, every competitor, the entire segment, the whole category became normative and got written up. And so but I was like, it was like my first assignment ever as a marketer. So I think that's the power you have when you're in your early career.
I absolutely love that. I think it's a perfect way to end our session. Unless there's any other questions on that. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Okay, everybody, we're going to break for lunch. Same drill as yesterday. And please know the weather seems to be holding. We're going to have live music, cocktails, and food up on the roof, and you get an amazing view of this awesome city. So enjoy. I think we're lunching for 45? An hour. Enjoy. All right, everybody, we're coming back. All right, quick show of hands question. What's the most important meal of the day? They didn't say intermittent fasting. It's breakfast is the most important meal of the day. So Kellogg's, just back here talking with the team, it's just when you actually think about what Kellogg's does and the impact it has on this world and its importance in just the brand ecosystem, it's just mind-boggling. So let's bring up Laura Hendricks, who is from the trade desk, and Nicole Craig from the Kellogg's company. Come on up, team.
Get positioned here, right? Oh, you're right. We can do that. Oh, I like that. Okay. Yeah, someone gave me that as the test. I was like, okay, maybe we'll try it like that. Well, thanks everyone for having us. So excited to be here with Nicole. I came down all dressed this morning and my first, second, and third grade kids said, Mommy, why are you wearing such a fancy dress? And I said, well, I'm going to be on YouTube later today. So they wanted to know if they could search me. So tonight we'll be searching the live stream of this and proving that Mommy was on YouTube. I think Nicole said,
I have a third grader and she basically thinks I'm famous now, guys. It was wonderful. It was a highlight of my life.
so thank you for having us both. It's so great to be back in person. We appreciate you being here on a Thursday afternoon before a long holiday weekend with us because I'm Laura from the trade desk. I am on our client development team and so happy to be here with Nicole. When we were prepping for this session, she just has so many amazing things to talk about. We're going to focus a little bit on product innovation and strategy from a global level today. And I think you're going to hear a lot of great things that you haven't heard before. So excited for the conversation. Nicole is the VP of Global Brands and focuses a lot of her time on the cereal business. But to get us started, could you tell us a little bit more about your role, how long you've been at Kellogg's and kind of what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, absolutely. So I joined Kellogg's about 3 years ago in spring of 2019. I'm currently the VP on global brands for cereal, so focused on our cereal categories. We are the #1 share leader globally by a long shot. So just over 30 share points globally. Very, very proud of those results. And it's a great question on what I do. We all are CPG experts in this room. So every company has a little bit of a blend of, who do you have in the markets? Who do you have in the regions? And then who do you have in what we now call the center of our business? And that's really where I sit, is in the center. And we're pretty choiceful now about where I have a small team, but we're pretty choiceful about where we decide to play and what brands are truly led and collaborated from the center versus our regional gems.
Love that. When we were prepping and we talked a little bit about your background and how you got here today. So you mentioned you have some sales experience and would love to kind of hear a little bit more about how your track to get to your marketing role on a global scale. And did you take anything from your sales experience? And do you find that those things you learn come out in what you're doing on a daily basis today?
Yeah, that's such a great question. So I grew up in sales, guys, for a long, long time. My very first job was actually at a retailer. So I worked, if anyone knows Long's drugstores on the West Coast, my paycheck came from Prism Merchandising Group. And I worked in Long's, and I was so fortunate that very early in my career, I stumbled into this thing called CPG. It just amazed me where I was working in cosmetics at the time, but if I took a mascara and it wasn't at knee level anymore and I put it at eye level, I sold like twice as much. And I'm like, I am hooked. This is wonderful. But the first 15 years of my career were out in the field with customers. So sales support, I did category management. I ran a retail team out there, which was great, managed a team of 32 people when I was 24 years old. So did that. And I always thought, so first 15 years in sales, and then I moved into internal roles, more strategic roles, channel strategy, brand strategy, RGM, which is very near and dear to my heart. If you do not have that skill set or that passion, I would say fake it till you make it on RGM. You need to know it. So it was great, but I always thought I'd hang up my sales boots, right? Like I'm coming in the office. I don't need to sell anyone anymore. And guess what? Like I am selling harder now than I ever did when I was with the customer. So I'd say the thing that I really took with me is remembering that you do have customers out there. You have customers and clients, and really thinking about how they can win, like how you help them win, and kind of walking in their shoes a little bit is super helpful.
Love that. I think it's, we all get into our internal worlds and remembering who's actually buying it, or sometimes I think just remembering that we ourselves are consumers and trying to think about the experience you have with a brand is always really interesting. So I've been to Battle Creek a few times, but in your experience at Kellogg's, have you ever toured the plant or seen how the cereal's made?
I have.
Can you tell us a little bit about it?
It's a lot harder than you think, guys. But we were just sharing a story backstage, and it's something we don't talk to our consumers a lot about. I think we can talk to them more about it. But you guys, Rice Krispie cereal is made out of rice. It's the coolest thing. If you haven't seen it, it's rice, and then we put it in a cooker, and it comes out and it's cooked rice. And then it goes through this really cool popping process, and that's how you get the product that you see on the shelf today. But we're just starting to talk to our consumers a little bit more about that food story and that culinary story that's so important around our ingredients. And for cornflakes, it's one grain, one flake. That's a very powerful story that we need to be telling around the globe on that wonderful brand.
And does that story resonate and carry through in most global markets? Do you have some brands where you have to be very poignant about what's resonating, and other brands where the same message goes across markets?
Yeah, 1000%. So if you go to a market like Mexico, cornflakes is actually our strongest brand there, not surprising. And in Latin America, where corn is a very important grain for that market. But the message is different when you go to India, where they like to eat cereal with warm milk. So milk should not be cold, it should be warm. That's what they put in their cereal. And cornflakes don't hold up very well in warm milk. So yeah, that messaging is going to be a little different depending on what market we're in.
So would love to shift gears just a minute. I mean, Kellogg's has some of the most iconic cereal brands in the world, as we talked about in the beginning, but I know you guys have thought a lot about, and over the years have had a lot of product innovation. So how do you think about looking at a brand, and what's the process you go through to decide this brand needs a product innovation, or what leads you to think that, and kind of how do you start that process? And then can you take us a little bit through it, and maybe we'll talk about an example in a little bit.
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to innovation, I think we made a little bit of a shift change in Kellogg. Again, this is when I was prior to this role. Really about innovation being such an important driver of the category. So decomposition of what innovation did for the category. And we identified it as a place where we needed to play very strongly and get more of our fair share of innovation to keep that interest in the category, keep that household penetration up. When it comes to the process, I feel very fortunate that I am in a center role, as we call it, because I get to see innovation plans all around the world. So when we think about best process, the first thing that any company can do more of is really sharing of what you have. So we've got great products that are launching in Europe, for example, that would play very well. And our continental Europe markets would play very well in our Mexican market. So one of the things that I do is help that sharing and help facilitate that sharing across markets. The other principle I would say that is maybe personal to me, and it's very tough as a marketer, but the best innovation sessions I've ever run, we actually don't think about brand first. We think about occasion first. So within Kellogg, we have our eating occasions, and it's such a different mindset when you think about something like, I heard snack. Whoever said snack is the most important meal of the day. Oh no. Okay. Then we're okay. We're good. We're right there. We're right there. Yeah, no, but when you think about something like a mid-morning snack, how cool is it to take off the brand, take off the category, and think like your consumer? It's 10 o'clock. What am I going to eat? And if you approach your innovation that way, I think that's where we've had some really great success on coming up with some new great products.
I love that approach. And I think that's really interesting because it kind of takes some of the bias out and some of the how you feel about something. So I think That's really nice. But how does that work when you do those global innovation or those innovation sessions? Are they global? Do you do them by region? Just give a little bit of how you guys approach that.
Yeah, I would say both. And so I've probably led more market innovation sessions. Again, newer to the role, we've done global innovation sessions, which have been so successful for us in what we call innovation acceleration. So we do it both ways. And I have one other thought for you though. The one, because I have in my brain, I've got a marketing brain, I have an RGM brain and all this. The other thing when we talk about innovation, and this is a principle that I carry through is when you think about profitability, I think a lot of times we get hung up on, am I going to make money on this? Or what is the margin? Or what is this opportunity? And that cannot come into the equation too early. So the best way to think about, or the way we like to think about innovation opportunities is what's the opportunity? And then can Kellogg profitably service that opportunity? And I think that's the right mind frame when it comes to margin. Because there's things you're going to have to say no to because you can't profitably service it. But you're going to find gems that really fit with your company strength, your brand equity, all those wonderful pieces. And that's what you have to go after in a very focused way.
I love that. And we talked about Special K and a little bit of the 2-year product innovation journey you've been on. Could you tell us a little bit about that and how it's coming to life globally? And did you find some gems along the way that really brought it to where it is today?
Yeah. And I have, if we're going into
Yeah,
Special
I think,
K,
let's ask, we wanted to ask a
audience
couple
poll.
questions.
Yeah, for you that are in the audience. So I'm curious for you guys, just by show of hands. So who has, think about a scale in your house. Who's weighed themselves in like the past month? Okay. How about the last week? How about the last day? Okay. So not too bad. Yeah. So
It went down for all of you
It went
online.
down.
It went
Okay.
down
There
and
we go. We
down.
got
Yeah,
it.
we ended up with just a couple.
Yeah, and I did wear my Special K red for you today, guys, which is wonderful. And it's such an amazing brand for us. It's our number 2 brand. It has a very, very strong heritage in dieting. That is when Special K really hit its peak. I don't know if any of you remember, we had a pinch and inch campaign. We had a 2-week challenge. We had a drop a jean size, and man, we did a great job communicating that message. The issue that we have now is that message is no longer relevant with our consumers. And so we started a journey again before I was in this role, but really to take Special K and make it relevant again, not only for older generations that knew it as a dieting brand, but also for our younger generations. When we think about that. So innovation was part of that journey, but our very first stop was what we called consumer illumination. Talking to our consumers. And I think my favorite quote, I'm not sharing any videos, my favorite quote was a gentleman probably in his 50s. And he said, pinch an inch, I can grab a slab. And he goes, Special K is not the brand for me, because that's all he could remember. So yeah, we definitely started with our consumers first. But the very next step was innovation, and that exactly what I said earlier, that sharing of like, okay, what do we have in the pipeline? What do we like? How do we accelerate in those spaces and get further along on things like maybe a high fiber SKU, stuff like that. So a little bit closer in innovation there. And then from there, we really put together that global brand book, our brand foundations, to say, hey, we're all going to align on this brand. We cannot turn it around if we think we have, in our case, we have 4 different regions. If we think we have 4 different answers to this problem, like it's not gonna turn out well, guys. So a lot of collaboration to really get on the same page with where we wanted to go in the future. So we did that work. Another round of innovation, and this time more breakthrough innovation to the category, really pushing into the health space and what we call purposeful health, which is so important for the brand. And then into the culinary story. So our food story was kind of where we've wrapped up now.
So what do you mean by the culinary story? Like the ingredients, can you talk just a little bit more about what that means to Kellogg's?
Yeah, when we think about so we do have a culinary group within Kellogg, but it's really thinking and putting food at the center of what we're doing and not forgetting that. You know, they love our Special K brand, but we want them to love our food just as much.
I have been to the kitchen in Battle Creek, actually. So there truly is a culinary kitchen where they test food and people get a chance to test it. So
And
that's
Battle
amazing.
Creek actually has some good restaurants, guys. I just
They
want you to
do,
know.
actually.
Mhm. Not a culinary capital, but I have found some wonderful places to eat.
It's a short drive. Talk to me just a little bit about, you mentioned in that process, the globalization and how you think about that. So with Special K, did you came up with one overarching theme, but then how do you think about, were there different taglines or messages that had to be given by market, or
No.
no?
No.
Just, I was like, what?
It's a very strong answer, but I would say ideally, no. That's right. If we were doing this right, because this world is connected nowadays. So if we're doing something, and I will, right, if our packaging in South Africa looks very, very different than our packaging in Europe, consumers are going to know if the product is different, if the flavors are different. So we really have to be on point with kind of where we want to go. We may vary. The biggest variation we do by market is not a little bit around flavor, but it's more around health. So depending on the market, you have Australia, that's a very, very health forward market. So their assortment will look different. They'll be more health focused versus the US. Might be a little less health focused, but they're all living under the same brand architecture, just activating in different ways. I think that's the best way to say it. But I'm not going to kid you guys. We have, I was just on a very lively debate yesterday on how you do have a consistent brand idea across markets, when markets like France and the US are very different. How do you pull that off? So lots of open debates on what that looks like in execution.
You made a really good point about how connected this world is. And as we think about technology today and the way that we consume media, there's such a blurred line too about the connection between different generations. So the younger generation definitely approaches their relationship with brands and how they receive a brand in a much different way than what I'll call the older generation, which would be myself. So, yep. So tell me a little bit about how Kellogg's is thinking about that generation and that connection, knowing that that's truly what they're looking for from brands, is connection rather than just product.
Yeah, and I think the biggest initiative for us is really around what we call our ESG, environmental, social, governmental initiatives. So at Kellogg's, we have a Better Days Promise. And the hard part, like the opportunity that younger generation, at first they were teens. It's good. They've grown up and they have kids now, and they're deciding what their kids are going to eat. So really, when we think about being purpose-led at Kellogg, we're doing a good job about doing that at a corporate level, but we have not yet executed that at a consumer level in the way we really want to. But we have some great programs. So in the US, probably our biggest program is Mission Tiger that we do with Tony. It's all about middle school sports and getting your kids active and all those wonderful things. So that's our answer, is really we need to lean into ESG and those purpose-driven initiatives faster and harder, and figure out the right way to connect with our audiences through the funnel on our ESG plan.
And in the world that we're all approaching, I know media activation is not your not your job, but understanding the consumer and having that connection and really figuring out how you gain that first party data and that relationship with them to learn about them, learn across their, you have an amazing portfolio of brands. So how is Kellogg's thinking about that, and what we're not supposed to use anymore, the cookie-less future, but as we approach this world where everything will be about choice and privacy and the relationship you have, like how are you thinking about that?
Yeah, and I mentioned I have a counterpart who's also Nicole. So we have the two Nicoles. Other Nicole at Kellogg, Nicole Vincent, is our center of excellence on media and some of those things. So we collaborate a lot on that. I think where I sit on the choices that we make, again, talking about those hot debates around ESG, there's so many different causes, or so many different things that we could go after, and we have our brands. And so right now it's a really live debate about what's the role of the brand, how does ESG play, and how do we do this in a way that's very authentic. Pringles does a Movember program that's wonderful. So anyway, we have good examples, but we're certainly just starting that journey.
How do you determine what is going to be that connection point from a brand to your consumer?
Next question. I think it's tough. I think it depends on who you're going after and what that looks like and what you're trying to do with your, so it'll just vary. We have 22 cereal brands in the US, for example. So it's a lot. So it'll vary by brand.
That's fair. So I know everyone's sick of COVID, but I would love to hear, like, COVID was a big game changer in how everyone consumed food, how the breakfast and the mealtime changed. Can you just talk a little bit about the highs and lows for Kellogg's and COVID? Because there were definitely some highs, and and then the things have changed a lot. So how are you ebbing and flowing with that as consumers continue to ebb and flowing back to the office and things like that?
Yeah, I think it's time for us. So number one, for packaged goods company with food that's shelf stable, there was absolutely a tailwind within COVID, not surprising. People stocked up their shelves. They came back to eat cereal, which was fantastic. We have not necessarily retained all of those consumers, which is okay. But I think for us, the point we need to get to is, I was on Squawk Box the other day. It's like, oh, we're calling it the new normal. This is the new normal. And it's like, guys, this is just the normal. Like, this is just it. Office, people in offices, I think its occupancy is like 40%. This is it. And so I think we've been waiting for that moment for things to be over so we can really dig in and figure out, how consumers are acting and what they need from us. And the moment's here. So the biggest things on my plate are for sure thinking about convenience. So for consumers, if they're in their home, it's much easier for them to make eggs and bacon and some of those prepared breakfasts versus grabbing a bowl of cereal. So at Kellogg, we're thinking really hard about convenience and what that looks like I won't call it the new normal, in the normal. Yeah.
What do you think are the other brands that play into the cereal category? So when you think about your consumer of frosted mini wheats and, there's always this, how do we get them into another brand? So what are the other Kellogg's brands, the most relevant brands that play into how your consumer consumes frosted mini wheats, and where would you then want to show them something else from the rest of the portfolio?
Yeah, it really goes with your life cycle. So hopefully we're recruiting you young, which is great. Fruit Loops is probably one of our youngest brands. Going back to the plant, the technology behind how we make Fruit Loops is awesome. It's really cool to see in person. So the loops come out, they're like this big, guys. They're tiny. These are like hard little rocks. And they go through a puffing process to become the loop that you see in your cereal bowl. But it's one of our brands that actually travels decently well across geographies. So it's a place that a brand will use to drive our emerging market strategy. But yeah, hopefully you come in with Fruit Loops and kind of graduate yourself all the way up to all brand, I think that's the end of the line. Once you've had all brand, guys, I don't know what to tell you.
I called myself the older generation before, but I am not at all brand yet, just for the record.
See? I brightened your day, didn't I? There you go.
Thank goodness.
Many years away.
Could you just tell us, like, what's been one of your favorite either travel stories or favorite moments at Kellogg's that you've had in the last 3 years?
It's a tough one. Outside of being with people again, I think that's pretty amazing. Favorite moment with Kellogg's. We've talked about the plant tours. We've done that. I would say probably getting to see our Brazilian business. So I did right before COVID, I had the opportunity to go down to Brazil. We own a local company down there. There is Perti, and it's wonderful. So in Brazil, they eat cookies for breakfast. You guys, my girls would love it. So their cookie aisle is absolutely enormous, but it's also very, very complex. So we went down to Brazil to really think about, how do we handle that category? What do we do? And how do we make the most of that cookies business?
When you, I would love to eat cookies for breakfast if it was okay, but what do you think about, it doesn't seem like you spent your whole career in global. So when you think about having a background in the US side of marketing or sales, what were the challenges that you felt, or what do you see as the differences between US into global, and how you think about that in your day-to-day life?
Good. I think the thing in the US that we probably don't take as advantage of enough is the diversity and the number of customers. And we talked a little bit about that earlier today. What channels are you going after? Is it B2B? Is it a B2C? Am I playing in the C-store? What am I doing in these other spaces? But if once you start seeing other markets, so France, for example, has about 6 retailers. That's it. So if you want to take price in France, if you want to do anything, it's going to be very, very difficult because you do not have the power as a manufacturer that you might want. So I'd say in the US, just coming out of the US and getting to see other markets has really given me the perspective that, wow, like we can do more in the United States market for sure.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, we do have so much choice and so many different factors that play into it. We've talked today a little bit about how you let insights drive what you're doing, how when you talked about Special K, there were those points along the way where you get the insights, you innovate, you get the insights, you innovate. So knowing that, what are you most excited about in the future in that kind of area and what you're doing in the cereal business?
There's a couple things, and I would say when it comes to putting insights at the core, that's always where you start, right? But I think it's important to not forget the fundamentals. So we've gotten the furthest within Kellogg by talking to our consumers and not forgetting about things like in-home study and what that looks like to really understand your brand and understand those pain points. The thing I'm most excited about would be in the advanced analytics and AI space, because we all know that one of my favorite stories, this is prior to Kellogg, but I was at a consumer research study and we were talking about candy and gum and all these things. And we happened to be with a person that said, oh, I never eat bad food. I never eat anything unhealthy. Never. That's good. On the floor next to her, she had her purse, and in her purse were bags of Doritos. And I'm not saying Doritos are bad, but I was like, I don't think she's telling us the truth, guys. So it's that blend of that, the consumer piece of it, what they want to be true, what they tell you is true, what is actually true. But we have these wonderful analytics. So we work with a lot of companies. Fractal is one of our companies, a couple other vendors, but we do a lot of work on, well, what do customers actually do? So if I take mini wheats, I'd never do this, but I take all brand and I remove all brand from the shelf, what else are they going to buy? And analytics can tell you that. We have that power. So it's just harnessing the power of the analytics to really model out what scenarios could look like. So that's kind of fun. So the AI part.
That's really interesting. Good thing I don't have to worry about if you took all brand off, that I wouldn't know what to buy.
It'll be there when you need it.
Fantastic. Just a kind of a last question, when you think about it more from a global lens, like what market in the cereal category are you most excited about growing or seeing something new in the next few years? Visiting.
It's like your kids. You can't have a favorite. They're
We
listening
won't
to
tell.
me. No, I would say in our categories projected to be like cereal, right? We're talking about a category may or may not grow. We'll see. But we've got some really developed markets that have really high per capita consumption. I think I'm most excited about, they're like our middle markets. So we do market archetyping. So we have emerging markets, we have developed markets, which is like the US and Canada, Australia and the UK. And then we have these markets in the middle. So they know what cereal is. They know what our category is. They're eating cornflakes, they're eating a couple brands. India is a great example of this. And all I think about is, well, what else would they eat? What other brands can travel to those markets to really continue to drive growth for both the category and Kellogg?
The woman in the back mentioned she snacks on cereal all day. So do you find in different markets that you have to, I don't mean all day, just it's a snack of choice. The crunchiness. So do you find that you have to change the messaging of how you think in different global markets? Do you ever go with that snacking message versus the breakfast message?
In the current format, no, because breakfast is your meal. So we're really focused on that, delivering that nutrition. I think 40% of people eat fruit with cereal, which is a great statistic. You're getting not only cereal, milk, whatever choice you have can be plant-based. You're also getting fruit with it. So we're really proud of that nutritional profile that we have for breakfast. But we do know people want a snack, and where we've had the most success with snacking is you can't snack on a flake. I'm just going to say it. A flake of cereal is not snackable. But getting into other shapes and formats that are really appropriate for maybe a mid-morning snack where it's a little bit healthier, or an afternoon snack where you can be a little naughtier.
More indulgent. I had one last question and it just escaped me, but I think that's interesting to think about how you incorporate cereal differently in your day and how it can be a part of all aspects of your day. But
And cereal is just one little bit of what we do. So actually, from a snacking perspective, that we have a ton of snacking brands. So we play very nicely in the sandbox together.
I think the one thing that was really one of the biggest things I learned from spending some time with you was just the final point about what a plant-based focused company you are, and how so many of your products do start from the plant. And I don't think most of us in this room think about that. And so, I think that's a really interesting thing to tie to what you're doing at Kellogg's.
Yeah, 1000%. So plant-based is here to stay. We're very proud of our heritage in plant-based, as well as, like, if you think about sustainability in our cardboard boxes, pretty recyclable. We're doing pretty good there. Still pushing further in that area. But yeah, it's a great part of what we do.
Well, thank you so much for spending time with all of us today. You have so much to share, and we really appreciate you being here. And thank you, everyone, for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. No, you just leave it, unless you want to stay for the next one. Okay. Thank you. We're just going to do a quick change up here. All right. Better? All right. I freaking love cereal. All right, so we're going to change it up here a little bit today. Empire Today. I think everybody knows Empire Today. That is one of the most prominent jingles, if you start to think about it, that it's in my head. So Cameron Coslow from Empire Today, and is going to be moderated by Tracy Kalfas from Premium. Come on up, team. They wanted the comfortable chairs, and we aim to please.
Hello, everybody. How are you? I got to remember to do this, I guess.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. So we've talked about a lot of iconic brands over the last couple of days, right? Kleenex, Pepsi, Miller Lite. Well, in the next half hour, we're going to talk about one of the very most iconic American brands, and that is, of course, Empire Carpets. And there's a thing that you can do to figure out if you're a real Chicagoan. Okay, there's tons of lists. You guys are laughing. You know what I'm talking about, right? And there's something that is on every single one of these lists. It's you refer to Mike Ditka as the coach. And you know that there's literally only 2 seasons, winter and construction. And you can actually sing the Empire jingle. So come on, everybody. 588-2300 Empire Today. So when I was growing up here, there wasn't the today. So now there's the immediacy. I love how you got that in there. So anyway, we're going to spend the next half hour with Cameron here and talk about how he has stewarded this amazing American brand. So thanks for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
So tell us about your role and what your major focuses are at Empire.
Sure. So I'm the marketing director. Based on the brand side, I pretty much sit in the middle of our internal marketing agency. So we've got digital teams and creative teams, analytics, SEO, email, the full gamut. Myself and my team, we kind of sit in the middle, and our responsibility is new customer acquisition, right? So we'll make sure all these channels are working in unison to drive new customer acquisition and drive incremental acquisition and incremental revenue. So what we're really focused on is building new marketing channels, new customer acquisition channels, and scaling existing ones. And we'll talk a little bit later, but it can be very difficult for a brand that's very well known, right? If not only in Chicago, but we're in 76 cities right now. We're a national brand. We're the largest shop at home flooring provider in the country. So when you talk about incrementality and driving new business, you have to break through everything else you're already doing. So originally it was all TV, right? Then we layered on search and social, and now we've got a whole gamut of channels that we're working on. So every time we test something new, it's got to drive incrementality. So that's really what we're focused on doing.
So the home improvement category has boomed in the pandemic and continues to boom. We've experienced it at our company because it's a huge category for us now as viewership has changed and everything. But what consumer trends are you seeing change? Like, where are people going? How are they going about this? Anything that you saw happen during the pandemic that seems like it's continuing, or what do you see on the horizon for this? For basically just home improvements is, particularly in flooring.
Yeah, so the COVID story for us, similar to a lot of home improvement brands, was a roller coaster and continues to be a roller coaster, right? When COVID hit, the country shut down. We are a shop at home model, right? So people come to our website, or they call us, they set up an appointment for a sales rep to come out to their house and show them carpet or hard surfaces. Well, when COVID hit, we couldn't go to people's homes to show them product, right? So we had to pivot very quickly, figure out how to do things virtually. We stood up different products from a marketing perspective that were in beta at the time that we weren't ready to stand up, but we launched them. Case in point, our room visualizer, right? We've got a tool on our site where you can go and take a picture of your room. A couple clicks or a couple swipes, you can swipe in what new floors look like in your room against your existing windows, existing furniture. That was something we were testing, but when COVID hit, we needed a way for sales reps to sell. And this was kind of in our back pocket. So we launched that product, and not only did the sales reps love it, but we saw consumer engagement just ate it up, right? Because everyone's on their phone, they're browsing, they're not going anywhere. They love that room visualizer. So as COVID kind of continued, right, after a couple of weeks, we started to see demand increase. Now, stepping back a little bit, when COVID first hit and we were shutting down, we turned off TV. Now, remember, Empire is an iconic brand because of our heavy television investment for decades, right? That earworm, that jingle. So we turned off television during COVID, and demand started to come back. TV was still off. Demand started to come back. We started investing in search like we had been before and bringing back social and other channels. So it presented a really unique opportunity for us to test back into TV, right? We'd never turned TV off. So it was kind of always a question mark, is what is TV actually doing for the brand? So we're able to kind of test into TV, right? Turn on local broadcasts in certain markets. What is it doing in terms of lift? Test national cable. What is it doing in terms of lift? And start really looking at our TV investment and what it's doing and looking at it from a lift perspective, from an overall business and customer acquisition standpoint. So that was really cool. When during COVID, post-COVID, everyone's still at home, right? So home services boomed. Demand was through the roof. We ran into problems. It wasn't with the supply chain. We were able to handle that very quickly. We have a very good operations team and a very good supply chain management. But we found was staffing issues, right? So because there was so much demand, we couldn't keep up. So we had to really look at our channels at a market level and adjust spend strategically. So we're only spending in areas where we could actually support the demand in that area. So we did great. We've seen that demand continue to come and continue to be steady through early this year, right? And now you're starting to see home services are competing for wallet share they weren't competing for last year, right? People are now looking at, well, let's go on spring break. Let's go out for Memorial Day weekend. It's Mother's Day. Let's go visit mom. Like, you weren't seeing that last year. So the wallet share is, and the competition for wallet share is heavier this year than it has been in the past. Fine. we're dealing with that. So when I talk about a roller coaster, it was like completely down. Customers were very focused on their houses and their homes, wherever they were living. They're looking at their carpet and they're like, this is really drab. We can call Empire, get some new carpet tomorrow. Let's do it. And so we rode that wave, and now we're kind of coming back to reality, right? And you pulled some demand forward. Now you're kind of dealing with that repercussion. And that's where we really pride ourselves in being able to, when the market becomes a little bit softer, we're able to pivot. And we've got all these great marketing channels we've built up over the years that we can scale up really quickly. So that's kind of what we've seen from a customer, standpoint, and how consumer behavior has changed from a home services standpoint.
That's great. So Empire is really known for performance marketing. Like that's how you started, performance marketing and DR messaging. And now like that's the buzzword. That's what everybody wants. I mean, everybody's getting into your space. So how do you define that performance marketing, and how do you approach performance marketing? So what do you do to make sure that you're staying at the forefront using all the tools, that are available to everybody now in this space?
So when we think about performance marketing, we think about direct attribution, right? And that doesn't mean last touch, but it means you can drive a direct attribution to the dollars that you're spending to the revenue that is generating, creating an ROI. So when you hear these buzzwords about performance marketing, what does that mean? It's part precision targeting, right? You're targeting our consumers right point. But for us, it's incrementality and it's attribution 100%. Now, when we talk about lift and incrementality and attribution, it's not just did we invest more in social and did we get more leads? Fine, that's part of it, right? You see a lift in Micah, excuse me. You see for example, you invest in social, right? You look for an increase in leads, or we call it appointments, in that geo that you're investing in. That's part of it. But what if you invest in a certain channel and you don't drive incremental leads, but you might see a shift in your channel mix, right? So say your channel mix, you're heavy on social, you're 30% brand, 30% non-brand. Well, you just invested in social in this DMA. Now you're seeing that shift from non-brand to brand. You're seeing 40% of your customers coming in on brand, much less on non-brand. You might have the same number of customers coming through the door, but they're a lot cheaper because those brand leads are a fraction of the cost of your non-brand leads. So you have to take in that savings into account against the incremental spend you put on social, and you look to see is that incremental spend working. And that's how we really approach things. It's all about lift. It's all about pre-post and control groups and test groups. And if we're going to take this group of consumers and target them with these 4 channels, well, how does that perform against these group of consumers that only get these 2 channels, right? Is that extra investment worth it at the end of the day? So that's how we approach our marketing. That's how we approach performance marketing. Now, that's not to be said that we definitely value CPM style marketing and linear TV and what that's doing for us. But like I said before, we were able to approach linear TV from a performance marketing angle during COVID, right? We were able to test back into it. What lift is it driving? So if it's driving X% lift, then you can attribute those dollars to incremental leads, incremental revenue, and then look at an ROI from those dollars spent on media. We look at that across all of our channels, and that's why it can be very difficult to stand up new channels. Because if you're everywhere and you've got this new shiny tool, cool, it's a new buzzword, but if you're going to invest dollars in that tool, is it driving incremental revenue, or would you have gotten those customers anyway from all of the other channels? That's where we're really kind of spend a lot of our time looking at. It's very data driven, right? Most of our time is spent in Excel or looking in Tableau and different tools, but that is performance marketing to us. If you take anything away from this, it's about incrementality, right? And if you're a young brand and you're only on a couple channels, it's fairly easy to invest in new channels and drive incrementality. But if you are a very well-known brand that's already had a heavy investment across marketing channels, both traditional and non-traditional, then it can be really tough to break through with something new. But when you do, it's awesome. And it's a cool win, and it's a great story to tell up to the executives and the board.
Thanks, Cameron. So making those changes and and going on your marketing path, if you will. So you've been responsible internally for like stewarding those shifts and managing that internally. And, you know, sometimes getting corporations to do something different sometimes is like turning a battleship. So like, how are you, like, what did you learn from being able to get your marketing mix to change internally? And, you know, how do you help some of these marketers out here that need to help their organizations understand, like, we need to move in this direction. And some people, you know, don't really like change sometimes.
So yeah, we've got a great leadership team on the marketing team. We've got a great executive team that has a really good grasp on marketing. So the conversations are a little bit easier, but for us, it's adopting a test and learn mentality and really embracing a test and learn mentality and not being afraid to fail or encouraging failure is key, but doing it quickly. So for us, if you have that test and learn mentality, you're testing new channels and you're looking for lift, it's a really easy conversation to have to say, hey, this new channel we just tested is driving a 30% lift in consumers and consumer acquisition, which is an X ROI. Let's invest extra dollars here, right? And for us, one of the tough conversations has always been, we've always been a last touch house, right? Everything we report on has always been last touch. A lot of marketers have that challenge because they're reporting on last touch, but you're a marketer, right? You know we live in an omni-channel world. How do you justify spending upper funnel, mid funnel, when you know you're going to convert that person on non-brand search, right? How do you justify pulling money away from non-brand and putting it into a mid funnel that doesn't have the direct attribution? And so those are conversations we've had to have internally. And the way you do that is you show lift. And that's how you make the conversation with an executive team or a finance team, because you can show actual incremental dollars being generated from this spend, even though you don't have a last touch or last click attribution. You know, this group of consumers saw the ad on this channel and they were 30% more likely to convert. So you can take, you know, if they spent $1 million, attribute 30% of that $1 million to that spend, and then you can look at your ROI. So you have to really look at it holistically in an omni-channel way, but the way you report on it is very linear, right? We spent this much money on this channel, it drove this much extra revenue, that's it. It's an easy conversation to have, but the only way to do that is through test and learn. And I can't tell you how many things and new channels we've tested that have failed. And then you make the decision, well, is there anything there? Can we optimize this and get that, you know, can we get that incremental lift, or is this thing just dead in the water? And that's where your experience comes into play. That's where, you know, your marketing prowess comes into play, and understanding it's like, you tested this, this is a dud, this is not going to work. Or we tested this and okay, we're close. I think we can optimize this a little bit and scale up and then show the incremental lift. But for us, it's been, and it's still a work in progress, right? We've got a lot of channels we can measure from last touch perspective, right? Search is a great example of that. You can measure search from last touch perspective. But when you look in Google UI, Google's not looking at last touch. It's looking at this person clicked today, converted tomorrow on a different channel. Google's going to take credit for that, right? But when you've been reporting on last touch for all these channels and you've tested a new channel and you're just looking at lift and it's generating lift, the incremental ROI on that is never going to be as clean cut as what is on the last touch ROI. So you just have to make sure you're stewarding those conversations and being very transparent and sharing how you're measuring this. And you'll be surprised, people will actually appreciate that you're being creative in the way you're approaching things, in the way, and you're looking for new opportunities to drive revenue. So that's kind of how we've approached it, right? And we're very fortunate, right? We have a team on the marketing side and the executive team that's very excited about testing new things and learning and trying different initiatives, not just on the marketing side, but across the business. So if you would have that culture and you steward that culture, then it makes it really easy to push new initiatives forward, try something, learn, try it again, learn, scale, right? That's kind of how we look at that.
Awesome. So, you know, clearly you talk a lot about data and you're using data in a lot of different ways, which is great. And I think we all are. But let's talk a little bit about your customer segments and, you know, how do you think about them? How do you reach the different segments? You know, what are you doing to differentiate? Are you changing message? Are you know, how are you going about that? Because I'm sure you have several different categories of customers that are fans.
We do. So if you think about the Empire customer, it's a homeowner, right? It's as broad as it gets. And it's, really it's a suburban homeowner with 2.2 kids and half a dog. And it's like, that's the Empire customer, right? But when you start looking at consumer segments, for us, it can be either defined by the channel or it can be defined by the persona. So we're really good at like crafting messaging to the channel, right? If you're a new mover, I know you're a new mover, I'm gonna give you new mover messaging. If you are, doing a refi or something, I've identified you're doing a refi, we can give you messaging to that, or a new mom or whatever it is, right? Where it gets tricky and where that's still a work in progress for us, and I think you've heard a lot of brands talk the last day or so, is when you start targeting personas. So one of the things that we're doing is a lot of brands, you create your lookalike model, target that lookalike model, and within that lookalike model, you'll have your personas, right? So is it Millennial Mary? Is it the boomer? Is it the empty nester? That's where your messaging starts to get very, targeted toward those individual personas. And if you have the right data partner, you can measure how those personas are coming in, right? And we look at that on a weekly basis. We can see a shift from, we're getting more millennials, or we're getting more boomers and more Gen Xers and less, whatever. We're always looking at that. And then you're trying to understand, okay, last quarter we got more millennials. Why? Right? What did we do differently? Did we do more display? Did we do more, OTT? That's kind of where we look at consumer segments. Now we are limited in our creative resources like any other brand is. So I can't go out and create, if we've got 20 personas, 20 different ads for, every touch in your journey. So you got to kind of be smart and use your resources where you can. But that's I think kind of the future, right? Lookalike models, great. We've got that. Everyone's doing that. It works really well. And we're always testing different lookalike models. There's different data partners out there. We are always testing different ones. We're running congruent lookalike models all the time and looking at, performance changes in the models. But once you start cutting up those models into personas, that's where it's going to get really cool for marketers. And I think it's going to be more important even like in a cookieless world, right? Because if you've got your lookalike model, that these 30 million Americans look like our best customers. Okay, go target them. You can start doing direct attribution, right? If you know who the people are, their address. Well, for us, it's great because we actually have to go to their house. So I know their address is like when they become a customer. So I know that I targeted 123 Main Street. 123 Main Street came in and converted. And if we do it right, you use different partners out there to deliver your messages. We know that 123 Main Street got an OTT ad, they got a display ad, and they probably got direct mail. Whereas 456 Main Street, they just got programmatic and they didn't convert, right? So there's some lift somewhere in the mix that 123 Main Street got with the multi-touch approach versus the single touch approach that 456 got. So like that way of thinking that's where we see kind of the future and how we're looking at data and data-driven marketing. We've got a ton of first-party data, but unlike a lot of retail brands, once you buy your floors, you're not really coming back next week for more floors. Right? It's hopefully you're not coming back for a while and your floors last a good 10 years or something like that. But, new customer acquisition is identifying who those personas are, giving them the relevant messaging, doing a good job of understanding customer journey, right? Where is your Gen X segment consuming data or consuming messagings? Where is your, empty nesters? Where are they getting their messaging? And the next iteration of the lookalike model is adjusting your lookalike models for personas to understand where they have a higher propensity to, which channel is driving a higher propensity to purchase. So your empty nesters might convert higher or have a higher lift from a direct mail piece, whereas your Gen Xers might have a higher lift from seeing 10 display ads. Everyone's going to be different. And, your Gen Z might be because they saw you on TikTok and that drove a lift in their conversions. It's understanding each one of those personas, which one of your channels is driving lift. And that doesn't mean just give them that one channel. You're still an omni-channel approach, but you can really start to focus your spend on those channels towards those different personas. And I was getting a little technical, but that's kind of where we see this going from a data perspective, at least for our business, and being able to segment out and target certain personas and target them with the right creative from a messaging standpoint, but also the right channel. And channel is so critical to what we do. And that's why we've been able to, not be hurt by a softening of the market That's why we've been able to survive when Facebook, went flat after iOS 14.5. No problem. We just scale up other channels. So from a performance marketing standpoint, channel diversity is also very key, right? You cannot put all your eggs in one basket. It will never work. And not only because it's omni-channel and we live in an omni-channel world, but because if one of those channels falls, you can mitigate that decline with your other channels, scaling them right up.
That's awesome. And, again, yes, you get, very technical, but you have all of the information. So you're using it for good and not evil. So that's good.
Try to, yes.
This is a question for a party of one. What is your, how do you see OTT and CTV fitting into your marketing strategy moving forward?
Love it. So we definitely see it as a key to our future success. That's where the world is going. We need to be there, right? Your marketing is only as good as the people you're talking to, and if you're talking to the right people. So we know that consumers are tuning into OTT and streaming more and more every single day. We know we need to be there. We have not figured it out yet. We're still learning the space. We're still learning what different providers are out there, premium. We will get there soon. I'm not concerned about it, but it's definitely a complicated space. It's a space that moves very quickly. So we're just doing our research and our due diligence to figure out the best approach. And does it live on the digital side of the house? Does it live on the media side of the house? Does it live in the middle? That's all conversations that we're having, at this time.
Awesome. Well, we're here to help.
Yes.
Okay, so this is probably the last question that I have. What is one of your key priorities that fits into your growth strategy for like the next year, the next 18 months? Like, what are you really concentrating on to push the business forward?
So Empire has always been extremely good at capturing demand, right? If you're looking for floors and you've already done your research and looked at reviews, and now you're ready to buy, we're really good at getting in front of you with either a deep discount offer or some sort of ad to get you to convert. We've always been good at that. Where we see an opportunity for growth is getting in front of consumers earlier in their journey, right? How do we get in front of the right consumers mid-funnel, early funnel with awareness, and then tying those dollars and that spend and that investment to a direct ROI. And that's kind of where I talked about lift, right? In different segments. And this segment we're gonna go after and do a lot of upper funnel engagement versus our control, see if it drives lift, and just keep testing those upper funnel channels and mid funnel channels. So that's one. The other big area we see that we're excited about is really investing in understanding the voice of the customer. And that's not necessarily a marketing perspective, right? Marketing has a big part of it. ORM is under our wheelhouse, and we focus a lot of effort on ORM. But voice of the customer and understanding voice of the customer, the tactics of getting that feedback from the customer is a marketing channel. It's a marketing exercise, right? You're asking the customer for feedback at different points in their journey, pre and post sale. And then once you understand that data, adjusting your operations to address the customer. So that's where we see a big opportunity for growth, because the whole idea is to take Empire today from being the best flooring company in the world to being the most loved flooring company in the world. And that's where we want to get to. So I think we'll get there.
Awesome. Well, we have a couple more minutes. So are there any questions out there anywhere?
Easy peasy.
There you go. Oh, here we go.
Not that easy.
Almost. We're almost off.
Question for you, Cameron. What's the biggest struggle you guys have right now as a business?
Well, if you asked me a year ago, I would have said staffing. If you asked me 18 months ago, I would have said, product. Right now, I don't know. It's tough. The market is changing so quickly. I think our biggest challenge is understanding what's going on with the market. We're watching it every single day. We're talking with our affiliate partners and even competitors to see kind of what they're seeing. So our challenge right now is, I think, was just share of wallet, right? Everybody right now, and we saw this in March, which was odd for us. We saw during spring break a decline in business just for that 2-week period. It's like, this has never happened. It's weird. Well, it's because everybody is going out on vacation. So I think for right now, our challenge is to overcome that, right? We've pivoted a lot internally. We've scaled up certain channels to capture incremental consumers that we weren't getting before. So we're definitely addressing it, but for this year, that's been the challenge, right? That's kind of the theme of the year, is how do you overcome a more competitive share of wallet environment than we've been in the past? And that will pass, right? Right now there's pent up demand for travel and experiences and getting out, but at some point we're going to normalize, and we get back to kicking down the afterburners. So does that answer your question? Okay, thanks.
How do you, sorry about that. How do you discover the right content that fits your personas or channels that you're interested in?
Still a work in progress for us, but it's all through test and learn. And we'll test content either in a single channel, or we'll try to isolate a geo or isolate a consumer, like a third-party list of a subset of consumers that we can target with that, and then measure against the control. So I mean, for us, it's all about the test group, the test message against what's currently running, to see if you're driving left. Right? So. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Thanks to you both. All right, gang, one more session and then a panel discussion. So this one's going to be excellent, I promise you. We have Andrea Schwenk, who's the CMO of Egg Life, and we have Sarb Bhatia, who is, he's been here all day. I'm sure all of you have talked to him. He has got a great story to tell as well. So come on up, team, and let's get it started. Get going.
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing? I promised this would be exciting.
How many more egg buns can we fit in?
Yes. And so we were talking backstage, and we thought we'll talk about marketing, we'll talk about advertising. All we ended up doing was for last 2 hours talk just about food. So if we switch away from the topic of marketing and advertising, just bear with us. All right. So my name is Saurabh Bhatia. I'm the CEO for North America region for Mirrors by Silverpush.
Okay. You're getting a phone call right now or something. Huh?
No, this is Egg Life video music that was playing in the background. So we do video advertising on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, some massive machine learning robot, blah, 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 blah. But I'm really interested in knowing is, Andrea, when did you first started with advertising and marketing?
I think my first claim to fame in food marketing and advertising was actually as talent. I was a model on a Kick cereal box for a promotion for Little Legs tights, and I had to like wear some tights and pose like this, and it was a total box top program. And so that's my claim to fame. You could find my face across grocery aisles everywhere on the back of a Kick cereal box. So,
how old were you?
I was 6 years old. There are signed copies at my parents' house. I think half the letters are written backwards because I was 6. But yeah, I've been in food marketing literally since I was 6 years old. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So tell me a little bit about this brand, Egg Life. And guys, I'm really, really fascinated by the story of this brand. It is crazy. It's crazy once you're gonna hear it. So, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Andrea Schwenk. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer for Egg Life Foods. I've spent my whole career since I was 6 years old in food and beverage marketing. And I have a passion for food and the role that it plays for us. It's been fun to hear from a few different food brands today. Food is a connector that brings us together. It's something that everyone has stories and memories around. It's something that we use to celebrate occasions. It's something we use to comfort other people when they're down, and everybody has these strong, passionate stories about food. And so I've built my career around that. I've worked on various sides of the table. I started on the creative agency side of the business, working on Burger King. I've been on the, where I met Andrea. I've been on the retailer side of the business at Buffalo Wild Wings. And I've done a couple stints on the supplier side of the business at Beam Suntory and now with Egg Life Foods. And So it's been fun to have this varied perspective of how consumers consume food, and how do we as marketers effectively reach them and influence them. And my journey brought me to Egg Life Foods because I had worked in a lot of large established brands, and I was really looking to build something from the ground up. So I'm building not only a brand, but a company and a team. I was the first marketing employee at Egg Life for a while, and now I've since built out my team, which has been super rewarding. And for those of you that don't know what Egg Life Foods is, we are a leader in modern nutrition. We have a patented process for converting eggs into a flour replacement. And we can do that across a myriad of different flour-based foods. Our first product that we've gone to market with is an egg white tortilla. So it's a egg white wrap that serves as a replacement for a tortilla, but it's low carb, high protein, gluten and grain free, keto friendly. It hits on a lot of major consumer trends right now. It's also extremely versatile. You can consume it hot or cold with savory or sweet flavors. We have consumers that make lasagna with our wraps. They cut our wraps up and boil them and make noodles. That's really, the possibilities are endless. And even I didn't appreciate the versatility of the product until I came into this role and was like, wow, I thought it was a good product. It's a great product. And the creativity that our consumers have with our product is really astounding. I mean, it's an egg white tortilla. Like, who would have thought you could do all those things? So
How old is the company or the brand?
So we launched in the Chicagoland market as a test market in 2019. And so fast forward to today, a little over 2 years later, we're in 10,000 retail locations.
Wow.
Yeah, we're on Amazon Fresh. We sell DTC on our website, and we'll be launching on Amazon.com here in the next few weeks. So yeah, the growth has just been phenomenal.
Tell me, how did you guys came up with the name Egg Life, and what's the story about like origin of this brand? Because you guys are so new, and many of us, like, I didn't know about Egg Life until I came to Chicago, and then I was like totally blown away with the kind of, like, in less than 3 years, what these guys have done is stunning. So like, what's the story?
Yeah, the name predates me, so I don't have as much background on really where it came from, but I do know some of the other names that they considered. So Egg Life was founded by a woman named Peggy Johns, which is so ironic because Peggy has the word egg in her name. I mean, it was like so serendipitous. We're owned by the second largest egg farm in the country, Roseacre Farms, and Peggy worked for Roseacres for many, many years. And she was experiencing some health challenges. And so they say necessity is the mother of invention. And Peggy, her doctor told her, you really need to cut out carbs and sugar, and you need to start eating in a different way. And she's like, I love bread. And if I'm going to change my lifestyle, I have to have some sort of solution. She worked for this egg farm, and she's like, all right, my doctor told me, no carbs, no sugar, but eat protein. What do eggs have? A ton of protein, no carbs, no sugar. Like, I bet I could make something with this. And she got in the kitchen and started experimenting, and she came up with this wrap product, and she shared it with her colleagues at Roseacre Farms, and they were like, Peggy, this is amazing. Like, we have to do something with this. You really could change people's lives. And so some of the other names that they considered at the time were Eggheads. Like, thank God we didn't name the product Eggheads. And Peggy's. So thankfully, Egg Life was the winner of those, and there was some consumer research to back that was the right name to move forward with.
You guys launched this company or the test market brand in 2019, just before pandemic, and I'm really curious to know, like, in such hotly contested market space, launching just before pandemic, and it's been an amazing growth story for you guys. How did you manage that? And what are the shifts that you have seen in terms of consumer behavior? And did you do anything before or after the pandemic?
Yeah, no, great question. And I mean, we've heard the thematic today, the pandemic just accelerated consumer behavior that already existed. And I think the trend that I've really noticed the most is that, like, it's this idea of like health equals wealth, and this idea of food not only being something that serves this functional purpose of providing us energy and nutrition, but it does so many other things. It affects our immunity. It affects our skin. It affects the way that we think. And so there's this whole idea of food as this source of modern nutrition and medicine. And so really thinking about the expectation that consumers have for food and what it does for them has been leveled up. There's no doubt about it. And they have this high expectation for food. They're reading ingredient labels. They want to understand where their food comes from, what benefit is it going to have for them, but they're also not willing to sacrifice on taste. They want to do it all. They want it all. They want the nutrition and they want the taste. And so I think that that's been really interesting. And like, fortunately, like Egg Life was created at the perfect time to help, ride that acceleration. But I think what also has happened is just the change in how consumers shop for groceries. I mean, quick poll of the room. I mean, how many of you have changed your shopping behavior in terms of how you buy groceries in the last 2 years? I mean, every single person here, right? I used to, relish in the opportunity on a Saturday morning to go to Whole Foods and like browse around, and with the flagship stores here, you could, have a glass of wine and some cheese and, just shop around and discover new products. And like, that wasn't happening, right? I now 9 times out of 10, my groceries are delivered to my door. Even though I still love that experience, the convenience for me has outweighed even that experience factor in store. And so as a food marketer introducing a new brand, we've had to get creative of how do we introduce people to this new and novel product, because it takes a little bit of education to say, okay, what is Egg Life? And then what do I do with it and why should I care? So we've had to be quite creative in reaching new consumers.
Great. And I have to ask this question to you. So anyone who is in the room, whenever you get a chance, you go to YouTube and search Egg Life. And I did the search, and let me tell you what I found. Keto tortilla, Egg Life wrap, crunchy air fryer chips, keto skillet lasagna, keto cooking, Egg Life wraps into noodles. And there is a video about someone who has spent 1 hour. She posted a 1 hour YouTube video saying how I converted Egg Life into my noodles. And that whole 1 hour, she's just talking about it. It seems like in the world of food, keto, YouTube, something is happening. There is like, people are going nuts and crazy about Egg Life. So how did you manage that? Are you doing anything, or it's some magic is happening? You can take the credit as well, but please go ahead.
No, I think the first piece is that we truly solved a consumer need. Like there was a genuine need for this product, and there's so much passion around it. Like, I never in a million years would have expected that people would be so passionate about egg white wraps. But we see this content all the time. And for me, I've spent my career talking a lot about brand loyalty and how do you move consumers through the funnel. And I think for me, this role has really taught me that it's a step beyond brand loyalty. It's brand love. It's this idea of being so passionate about a brand that you just can't wait to share it with other people. And like, I think about my own journey as a consumer, and I think about, the brands that I'm loyal to versus the brands that I love. Like, I think for me, a good example, I think about like some of the retailers I shop, like I'm very loyal to Home Depot. Whenever I have a home project or I'm doing a garden project, I don't really consider any other place to go and get the materials that I need. I go to Home Depot, even though there's a Menards like a chip shot away from my house. I prefer Home Depot, but I don't talk about it passionately. Versus I think about a retailer experience like Aldi. Anybody that knows me knows that I love shopping at Aldi. I think it's this whole fun discovery element. There's always new and exciting things to try. If you know me well, I've probably told you how much I love their salmon. You said you're a fan of fish. I mean, you need to try Aldi salmon. Like, let me just tell you, it's great. It's mind blowing. You're welcome, everyone, for that recommendation. But I just light up when I talk about it because I love it so much. And so it's fun to see the brand love that our consumers have for our product. And so as a marketer, for me, it's about, how do I help harness that? How do I help create the great product and the great brand experience that enables the consumer to have that visceral connection. But then how do I take it a step further and then help those folks evangelize the brand for us and really be the arms and legs that can help spread the word about Egg Life as this new and novel product.
Got it. You have to share the story about the cruise.
The low carb
And
cruise, yeah.
Guys, just pay attention. This is the craziest thing that I've heard in last 1 month about food or anything. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've really learned about our Egg Life consumers is that there are specific audience groups that Egg Life really resonates with because of our amazing nutritional profile and the fact that we're gluten-free. There are a set of gluten-free consumers that are very passionate about Egg Life. There's a set of keto consumers that are very passionate about Egg Life. And I didn't know this before I worked at Egg Life, but there are whole vacations that are centered around these lifestyles. So you think about this, like you're gluten-free, you're going on vacation, like all of a sudden food becomes this restriction. Like you have to think about like, where can I or can't I eat? What can I or can't I eat? And if you're vacationing with other people that don't follow that lifestyle, all of a sudden you're the one that's ostracized from that group. And that's not fun. You don't want to do that on vacation. Vacation's supposed to be freeing. So they've created these cruises that are centered around these lifestyles. So there's a low carb cruise. They literally take over an entire Royal Caribbean cruise, and all of the food is low carb and fits these people's diets and lifestyles. And so they have true food freedom on this boat. They don't have to worry about, being bombarded with things that are off limits. It's all of a sudden like the world is their oyster. And so Egg Life was able to be a part of one last week. I did not go. Cruising's not really my jam, but it was really fun to hear the feedback from folks there. And you've got a captive audience of people on a boat. So, I mean, like what a better way to reach your target audience, I guess, is on a cruise ship.
Wow, a keto cruise. Imagine that.
Yeah.
So since your brand kind of exploded during the past couple of years, are there any challenges that you are facing with regards to, like, there's a lot of talk going on about supply chain, and I'm guessing there's a huge demand. So how are you managing expectations over there? And how does that change your role as a marketer? And how do you respond to that?
Yeah. Yeah, great question. And I mean, everybody in the room is experiencing supply chain challenges. It's affecting every industry. CPG is not immune to that. And as a startup, we're growing and scaling our business amidst this backdrop of a pandemic and these crazy supply chain challenges. And we are fortunate that we're vertically integrated with our parent company that makes eggs. They produce eggs. So 95% of our wraps are egg whites. So luckily, like that has not been an issue, but the other ingredients that we use in our wraps, as well as our packaging, has been challenging. And it's not only like being able to get product, but it's these ever-changing timelines and what are suppliers committing to and how do you manage that amidst a very unpredictable growth trajectory as a new brand. And so it's trying to triangulate that has been really difficult. But I think the way we've been able to overcome it at Egg Life is really just through relationships and treating our suppliers like true partners, helping give them the big picture of what we're doing, because we're not the most important customer that they're servicing. We're a startup, we're small, but we can, provide meaning and value to them. And being a true partner has helped, I think increase our relevancy with them and like get us higher on the list as we think about, allocations. And luckily we've been able to manage the storm pretty well. I think another headwind we've faced is as we've grown and scaled our business, being able to grow and scale our people to support that. I mean, the labor market is super tight and we have to have people to make the wraps to meet the demand, and we have to have people to sell our wraps. And that's been challenging. And we've had to make some hard decisions and say, we have to either like temper our growth expectations or potentially push off projects because we don't have the hands and heads to be able to do the work. And what I appreciate about our leadership team is we've been really maniacally focused on not just filling roles with people, but filling roles with the right people. And if that means we have to wait to make the right hire, then we do that, and we have to live with the consequences there. But I appreciate our unified approach there. And then we've just been nimble. I think like if you looked at our hiring plan, even for January of this year versus what it is now, like it's already evolved because our business is changing and shifting so quickly that we've had to adapt our expectation for how we best service the business. And so just being nimble and flexible, I think has been our best strategy there.
Let me use this opportunity to plug something here. And this is for you, Andrea. So she is hiring across multiple roles. So if you or your friends are interested in working for one of the craziest, fastest, excellent brand, please feel free to reach out to her.
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, we're hiring salespeople. I've got a couple marketing roles open. We're always looking for people to work in production. So if you know anybody, send them my way.
Yes. Okay. So let me put you on a spot here. What is your one bold prediction in the world of marketing, how it would look like 12 to 18 months from now?
Yeah, no, great question. I don't know how bold this prediction is, but I mean, I think for me, brand matters now more than ever. And I think it's because we have these crazy inflationary pressures and cost of living increases, and consumers' wallets are being tightened, and they ultimately are making choices, and you want them to choose your brand. And so brand matters. And I think it's one of the reasons why we have a very intentional full funnel marketing approach at Egg Life. Sometimes I think it's easy to focus on down funnel, conversion tactics. And we've been super intentional to make sure that we have a full funnel approach, and being vertically integrated with an egg farm. I like to use farming analogies. And so when I think about our full funnel approach, in order to have a bountiful harvest and to be able to reap the fruits of your labor, you have to first plant the seeds, and you have to create the right growing environment for those seeds to bear fruit. And so I think about planting seeds as all of our awareness driving tactics. We're planting these little messages with consumers. As we think about our consideration tactics, it's about creating the right environment for those seeds to germinate. And then as I think about the more down funnel activities, it's about, okay, we've created this amazing environment. Now, how do we reap the fruits of those labor and move consumers into that brand love? So,
wow, that's cool. One more interesting thing that I learned about Andrea was that as of last week, she was judging Effie's. And so if for the audience here, how was that experience? And if there is one takeaway tip that you may want to share, your wisdom of knowledge, please feel free to do so.
Yes. Oh gosh, happy to share this. So it was a really, really interesting experience. I've been on the other side of the table, both writing submissions for Effie's for clients, winning them myself as a client, super rewarding experience. This is my first time judging. And I think what was the most eye-opening for me was, as a finalist judge, like helping make the determination of what level of award these brands and programs were going to receive. The amount of time that a judge has to review an Effie's submission is quite short. So if there's one piece of advice that I have for any of you in the audience, is be as succinct and direct as possible. I think what's interesting about the Effie's in general is that you as a brand are defining what success looks like. It's all about efficacy, but you're determining what the efficacy is. Like what was your goal? Was it driving awareness? Was it conversion? Was it changing brand perception? Like you're determining what success looks like. So just clearly articulate what the challenge was. What did you set as your success metric? And then how did you deliver, and do it in the manner that the judge could read it in like 8 minutes or less, and you'll be golden. So.
Wow. Thanks for that tip. And there is a plug for our company. We recently won an Effie.
Yeah.
She was not the judge of it. So there is no biases happening here.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, next is pretty interesting. So like yesterday's topic over here was media. Today's topic is innovation. So as a marketer, and your brand is, like, I would say, like fairly innovative in terms of how you have approached the market, how you have captured the market. So what are you seeing in the landscape, like in terms of innovation, or what's kind of, even within your brand, if there is anything that you are thinking, oh, this is something that we are trying on the innovative grounds, what would those be?
Yeah, I would just say we just have a test. I think you heard in the last session, like we just have a very test and learn approach. Like we are open to failure as long as we fail fast and we fail forward. And so that's kind of been our guiding principle. We choose to have a diverse approach to media. We don't put, all of our eggs in any one basket because the landscape has changed. Another egg pot. I didn't even intend that one. Man, nailed it. We believe in diversification because things are changing so quickly and we don't want to be reliant on, any one channel or tactic to drive success for the Egg Life brand. And so I think that that's been a key piece for us. Thus far.
All right. So I see we have a few minutes left and we would like to wrap it up in a good way. So if there are any questions about eggs, food, recipe, nutrition, or marketing, we are happy to address those.
I really liked what you said about brand matters. And what would you, I think in this landscape right now, authenticity is so important, especially when, you think about, platforms like TikTok, et cetera. What does authenticity mean to you and to Egg Life?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, authenticity for us is transparency. Like our communication strategy is all about simple, delicious nutrition. And I use that as a filter for like everything that we do, for the products that we develop, for the communication we put out into the marketplace. And so just making sure that we continue to cultivate an authentic relationship with our consumers. If we take the time, I handwrite notes to consumers all the time. It's just like this lost art, but like, what a great moment for me to connect and thank them for business. I mean, we sell $5 packs of wraps. Like it's not a, high ticket item, but we've created a few like really robust communities. Like we do a lot with registered dietitians. So as a Better For You brand, when registered dietitians are making recommendations to their clients about what they should or shouldn't eat, we'd love Egg Life to be in their consideration set if it fits within their clients' diet and lifestyle. So really kind of cultivating these authentic communities. We use influencers to help, create those communities, but it's really just about being real with them, real about like where our products come from, how they're made, what you can do with them, and just trying to meet the consumer where they are. Any questions?
Any other questions?
This is kind of a weird question, so bear with me. So I too love handwritten notes, even though I have terrible handwriting.
I have terrible.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. What do you think is the handwritten note equivalent in mass media? Is it social? Is it, linear with a creative messaging? What's that kind of the same sentiment that somebody can receive as you do with a handwritten note?
Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think social is a piece of it. I think it's just like personalization. Like at the end of the day, like, I think there's this interesting tension between privacy and personalization. Consumers are saying like, I want my privacy. I don't want to give you any of my information, but then they're pissed when you like serve them an ad that's irrelevant to them, right? Like they're like, what the hell? Why am I getting an ad for diapers, geriatric diapers? Like that's not me, right? I'd be mad. Luckily that hasn't happened to me yet, but yeah. And so I think it's like finding that balance there. And it's interesting because I think about the continuum of personalization and privacy. Like I am interested to see how brands are actually using the opt-in to give their information in an interesting way where they're reinforcing the benefit to the consumer. So like one example I had was I was at O'Hare the other day and I was getting a lift and I think I had my location services turned off on my phone from the flight. And the lift was coming and the push notifications said something about like turn on your location services so that your driver can better find you. And there's a million lifts, there's all these people. I'm like, oh, that's so smart. Like they clearly communicated the consumer benefit, which made me want to give them my information because it actually improved the experience. So I think as marketers for us to think about like, what are the ways that we can better communicate the benefit to the consumer for providing that information and making this whole idea of like privacy less scary and more personal. So.
And
I was just curious what media channels you're prioritizing right now.
Yeah, great question. The bulk of our spend right now is in social and CTV. Social is just a freaking workhorse for us. But CTV is super important for upper funnel, but we execute on search. We've got programmatic display running. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing. And then we always have a test and learn budget set aside. It's interesting, like in the food space, a lot of like where people are looking for inspiration is on like recipes and blogs. So we also try to do like in recipe ad units to inspire folks to try Egg Life as a substitute for whatever they may have originally had on their shopping list, and kind of intercepting folks that way. Yeah.
all right. I guess our time is up here on the stage. It's a wrap. Do check out Egg Life. By the way, they have come up with a new sweet version as well.
We do. It's called Sweet Cinnamon. It's pretty bomb, if I do say myself. Great with peanut butter and banana or cream cheese and strawberries. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Andrea.
Thanks, guys. All right. First, thank you to y'all. You can't stand. Oh, I thought you were going to leave. I was going to say thank you for still sticking with us. This is our last session. Then we're going to go upstairs for cocktails, live music. The weather's holding. I'm going to help you here. We're going to do a little panel discussion now. And the subject of the panel is going to be ketchup and fitness. And so it's moderated by Jenny Halloran from Kroger. Eric Mills from Heinz is going to be on the panel. Johnny Adamic from Burn is on the panel. Come on up, team, and we'll go. Do you want this as a third mic? Thanks, everybody. That was good.
For the non-comfortable chairs, apparently. So, and we're matching. We all showed up. We didn't even talk about it ahead of time, but here we are. So thank you for sticking with us. We do understand we are the last session before happy hour. Always a tough slot. So, we were asked to keep it funny. We'll do our best, try not to swear, and see if we can give you something memorable today. So, like I said, I'm Jenny Halloran. I'm with Kroger, specifically Kroger Precision Marketing. So the media arm of the best grocer, in my opinion, in the world. And I'm joined today with two really exciting panelists in some areas that are near and dear to my heart in the fitness industry. And then also, I think we decided ketchup, mac and cheese, those were the front runners for me with Kraft Heinz. So.
Yeah, and I'm Eric Mills. I run innovation for a fast fresh meals platform at the Kraft Heinz company. That's essentially meats and cheeses. So iconic brands like Philadelphia, Oscar Mayer, Kraft Singles. And the idea for our team is kind of reinventing the way people think about food and fast fresh meals.
Yeah, and I'm Johnny Adamic. I'm the co-founder, one of two co-founders of Burn. And I'll throw the softball back at you, Jenny, because we're going to need a little bit of like therapy to tell you my story.
Yeah, okay. We'll get that out of him throughout the session today. So first, starting with insights. I come from an insights background. We're here to talk about innovation. With any good innovation, there's some kind of insight that brings you to market, a consumer insight. We oftentimes find it's difficult to dig through all of the data. So if either of you could share a time of like, what was that moment, that insight that really helped you bring innovation to life?
And a couple years ago, we restructured the way we thought about all of our platforms at Kraft Heinz and started looking at consumer-driven platforms. So in the past, we always used to think, okay, ketchup, where it was category driven. So you were either a ketchup brand manager or a mac and cheese brand manager, and the consumer was kind of second to what you were actually selling. And the light bulb that kind of went off one day when we were having a conversation with a Walmart buyer was, people don't say they want to eat ketchup on a Tuesday night. They say they want to eat a cheeseburger on a Tuesday night, and then they make their store list based off of that, right? So as we made that shift, it opens up the way you think about innovation, the way you think about speaking to your buyers, speaking to everyone. And we moved around and we moved from a sauces team to a taste elevation team. And just as like an example of how that works, on a cheeseburger, you put like onions on there, right? Onions are one of the top 5 things you put on a cheeseburger, but people hate working with onions. You're like me, you're crying, you're cutting them, you feel ridiculous. But that's a real consumer pain point that we didn't really think through because we're not an onion company, right? We're a ketchup company. But as you rethink that, you can start to say, how do we make it easier for consumers to eat cheeseburgers that they love with all the ingredients that they want on them? And you can see how that can just stretch to, you know, infinity basically as you start thinking about host foods.
Taste elevation team. I like that. That's a goal, I think, to get on that team, whether you're tasting or not. I love that. Johnny, you got a lot that you've brought to the market.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we were talking about earlier this week was it was like being fearless was that
Yep.
that was one of the things.
Yep.
And you know, we were forced into this new chapter. By the way, that's my COVID beard. I'm so proud of it. Like it's my headshot for everything. And then you meet me in person, you're like, wait a minute, that's not you. And that's also actually bracing my past life, which is also part of my current life, which is cold. So Burn it was founded by Jimmy T. Martin and I in 2018 in New York City. And we were, before COVID, the big pandemic, the world's first cool temperature boutique fitness studio. So what does that mean? Well, it means we exercise people in a giant fridge set to 50 degrees in the heart of Flatiron, Chelsea. Peter Bryant, the architect of SoulCycle, was our architect. He was one of our first investors. And it was awesome. Après-ski vibe, really cool, chic, amazing community of Manhattanites. People from all over the world came to Burn. And we had 23,000 people that came through our doors. My background is in public health. I worked for Mayor Bloomberg on his obesity task force. So I've always been interested in the intersection of health and society. So, you know, public health is marketing, and the idea was inspired by my business partner who lost his wife to cancer at the age of 29. So really, really heartfelt story, and backed tremendously by believers in a community of angel investors. And then this pandemic happened. We didn't see it coming, but we were always future-proofing our brand. And so one of the things that we did was we had this amazing slide board concept. Remember back in the 90s, Reebok tried to do it for a little bit, this slide board class. And, you know, you guys know where I'm going with this story. The pandemic happened. We were forced to close, let go our team of 25 people. We had to move fast. And the innovation was forced upon us. And it was very clear what we needed to do. As we had leaned into cold and the benefits of exercising in cold and ice baths and, you know, being on Live with Kelly and Ryan in the New York Times and, you know, in Vogue and GQ, we did now do it with this thing called the slide board. And we put all of that energy and all of those tools to work. And what we're doing now is we're leading what's called the lateral. I'm clearly, it's called, it's so new that I can't even say it. Lateral conditioning, right? Side to side training and the benefits of lateral conditioning. So that's where we are. We're 2 years in, and we have Apollo Ono, the former Olympic speed skater. He's the most decorated winter athlete. He is an investor and partner, and he's helping us champion this new movement in fitness. Whew, thank you. Thank you. Gosh, my stand-up special, it will be launching next week on Netflix.
All right, we'll give you a breather, catch your breath from that one. Yes, no, one of the things I love most about, you know, this event, dinner last night, the energy across the entire industry, different industries is absolutely incredible right now. We've all experienced all of these things together, from a pandemic to supply chain to inflation. So we're all kind of at this, you know, breaking point and creating an industry together. So how you've pivoted is, it doesn't matter if you're fitness, if you're CPG, if you're in retail, it's a really exciting time to be in this space. So speaking of creativity, how do you keep your team motivated? How are you, you know, setting them up, able to fail, creative thinking in a time like this?
So I think the biggest things to me, regardless of what you're doing, are empowerment and ownership. And the reason that is you always put your best foot forward when it's something that your face is going to be on, right? That's a natural tendency that people are going to have. So if I sit there and I tell my team, go make this deck, I'm going to go present it to somebody, they're maybe not going to check as many details. You know, I believe they will because they're all awesome people. But I think there's a natural tendency to take your foot off the gas a little bit. So I think it starts with there across the board. And then when you talk creativity, I think there's two pieces to it. I think one of them is getting yourself in an immersive environment where there is inspiration that you see, that you can act on and riff off of and think of new ideas from. And then I think the second piece is you have to empower your creative agencies and your teams, even if it's not something that you would 100% bet on, right? So if it's not my favorite idea, but it is brand safe and it's not going to do harm and like it's in the right direction, it's going to still advance our path forward. I think people rally around people who are willing to bet on them and bet on the ideas that they really believe in. And you're going to get better work the next time from those people because they're going to be so invested because you believed in them to begin with. Those next ideas are going to be twice as good.
Love that. Okay, now we've already touched a little bit of this on Burn, but I think, you know, from both of you would love to hear consumers are faced with more choices than ever before, what they are shopping for, how they are shopping. How has that changed how you're going to market, how you're thinking? You know, are channels important to you and how are you flexing in this new time?
Yeah, for Burn, with a, you know, we have a limited budget. So how we kind of look at our channels are, and it's changing and it's just kind of pick the day of the week. But for us, the big buckets are D2C, which is Amazon, and then our own Burn shop, which is powered by Shopify. And then we have some major retailers who were on their e-commerce, which is super cool because the hiccup to get on e-commerce is you have to be set up with drop ship on the back end. And so we are just a little bit of a build. And when you're a small team of 5, it's, you know, you have to balance how much, there's only so many hours in the day. And so with that, with even, for example, you know, we're on target.com and, you know, for us, that's brand awareness. It's, you know, we're competing with, you know, people that are working with Roundel. We're competing with which we're putting more dollars on Criteo, which is their in-site tool for basically with SEO. And so though we may not turnkey as many sales, to be on Target is huge. I mean, they're one of the best, if not the most premier partner that we work with, and their values and their ethics, I think, speak a lot to us, and that helps us have easier conversations with other people. And then obviously with Amazon and our own shop, you know, throwing and spending money on the Google, on the Facebook, on the Instagram, on the TikTok, it's understanding where our audiences are and whether they want to go on Amazon or buy it off of Shopify. Again, we only have so many apps, you know, so much budget in the day. And so then it leaves a little bit of money to spend for other channels that we're exploring. And it's getting a little bit more granular. One of which for us is hockey. But what's interesting, and as well as skiing. But we did some testing even this fall and what we learned, and possibly a rookie mistake talking to, you know, all of you super smart CMOs is, yeah, Johnny, if you serve someone a really great Google ad talking about hockey or talking about skiing, and you send them to your site and it doesn't show hockey or skiing but shows your mass market photos, you're probably not going to convert them as easily. Yes, we spent some money and learned that the hard way. But what a great mistake to make, because now we know we need to set up some off-channel sites to continue that narrative to then convert them this fall when hockey season and skiing is when people are going to start to hit the slopes.
I actually love the connection from your product and side to side with hockey. Taking them on the journey, obviously, you guys have learned along the way, but I love that idea and that connection.
Thank you so much.
I think on my side, channels are a little bit different. So I've worked in retail predominantly. We are broken up retail and away from home, and that's restaurants. We're trying to bridge that a lot more as we grow as a company. But I think in the past, we have looked at, our channels are, grocery, mass, maybe you get to dollar and club and convenience, and those are your like new channels that you're trying to bridge into. I think the big thing that we've unlocked, and Miguel Patricio, who is our CEO, has really championed this coming from beer industry. So they have off premise, and that is a huge driver of advertising for them. Budweiser's everywhere, right? So you see it over and over again, and you go to the grocery store and there's a good chance you're going to buy Budweiser. We have that with our Heinz ketchup product, but we don't really have that with all the rest of our products. And one of the big things we've been pushing towards is how do we use away from home to drive trial and get people to try our new items, get them then to see them in retail and say, I love that at this restaurant. Now let me buy it here. A good example that I can take zero credit for, we recently launched a product called Dip and Crunch. Think a sauce like ketchup and a crunch like pieces of potato chips. You open both packages, you have a cheeseburger, you dip it in the ketchup, you dip it in the crunch, take a bite, dip and crunch. But it was a dual launch with Jack in the Box to get trial and drive kind of excitement around that product. And it launched a few weeks ago. So everybody should check it out. Small plug.
Right. I feel like a missed opportunity to bring samples to all of us here. So we'll follow up
My
on
bad.
that later. Johnny, you hit on, so I don't want to call them failures, but spending money, testing, didn't work out. How are you evaluating going into new markets and what success looks like today?
Man, I could talk for hours about this. So I think right now it's about staying focused, and it's putting more money into what we're doing now. But as we all know, marketing and advertising is being squeezed because of the privacy laws with Apple. So and we saw it firsthand. And also the Empire gentleman, I was like, he's my soulmate when he talked about the dip over spring break for those 2 weeks. Cause this is me like at home going like, where are the sales? Like what is going on? Is it like, what's the moon cycle right now? Is it like humid outside? And anyway, so again, that Netflix comedy special, but we really need to focus and lean into it. And so like one of the things, for example, we now know is that our website, our demo is probably a little bit younger. And that was a product of us shooting out of the pandemic. And we have a small team, a product, making content is expensive. And so we now are seeing firsthand, and the data has really been reinforced that our demos, upper tier millennial and Gen X, all the way up to older Gen X, if not like early boomer. And so we want to make sure that we represent those communities a little bit better on our website, and that's going to be June and July. Right. And so we're getting to the fall, and our seasonality is really it's Q4, Q1, and then with Amazon Prime Day slated to be end of July. So we heard Jeff Bezos, or no longer the CEO, we're getting ready for that. But right now it's really staying super focused on those D2C channels. And then, but what I'm getting at is my other point was on it's shifting towards the creators, right? The content creators, the influencers. We're really seeing that firsthand. And so our initiative right now is to start to treat our creators like our retailers. So we're going to pay them the same margins that we pay our retailers, give them a little bit more skin in the game. And we're excited to see just conversions go through the roof.
Yeah, I love that you said, what's driving this is the moon cycle, what's going on, right? Because so often you're like, something shifted, and I live in this world of data too. So we're constantly looking at numbers and numbers and numbers, and it could just be the moon, right? That could just be people aren't buying today because of that.
That blood moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is in retrograde.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything we're facing. What about at Kraft? How are you measuring success and failures when getting something like Dip and Crunch? See, you should have brought it. I would have remembered it. But how are you measuring success of those products?
So I think there's a couple ways. Obviously, financial and trial and repeat at the beginning of any product launch is going to be important, right? You need to build up a consumer base that's going to come back, or the launch is probably destined to fail. But I think nearer in, there's two other pieces that are a little bit softer that I look at. The first one is how close to the original concept is what we're actually launching. So for anybody who's ever ran innovation or worked on innovation, what you test originally as a concept and what you actually launch into market aren't necessarily a perfect one-to-one. I see some smiles back there. So I think a real question to me is, we spend a lot of money on insights. We spend a lot of money understanding who these consumers are and what they need. How true are we throughout the process to make sure we're delivering a product that does that? And I think that's something we can measure ourselves as we launch. And then the second piece is, how buttoned up are we through our execution process to ensure that what we're doing is building equity with our retailers and our consumers, and not spending equity in order to get those products in store. So what I mean by that is, if you're delayed and your salespeople have to go wheel and deal in order to make sure that the item gets on shelf, is that doing the job of innovation? Like, innovation should be building equity. You should be a thought leader, a market leader, and you shouldn't be trading things in order to just get on shelf so that you can have those sales. And I think between those two things, you don't really see them as a public, but I think they make or break innovation in the long term.
So true. And as we were thinking of that, Johnny, I was thinking, you told the story of just a pivot with the handles on the boards, right? So how are you then taking some of that feedback and continuing to innovate after that first launch?
Yeah, and when we're talking earlier this week, one of the things that happened when we launched the boards, what's interesting is we had so many people come through our studio. So it was free research market data, and we survey monkey people. And I was in that studio in Manhattan for 2 years every day talking to people. And these boards were beautiful. We really innovated this, the slide boards have been around for 50 years, and no joke, all competitive athletes train on slide boards, from Steph Curry to Jordan used to train on slide boards, to Serena Williams, NFL, NHL, baseball, hockey, everyone uses them who's competitive. But so we gave it a really beautiful facelift, a makeover, if you will, wood bumpers. These boards were just absolutely beautiful. Pandemic happened, and we had to trim a little bit off of the width so that they could fit drop ship to your door via UPS. And that's what we'd go with on 200 boards. But the problem is that though it worked in the studio, it didn't work at home, because people were complaining that they couldn't move the board. It was too hard to, we presented it as storable and portable and something you could fit under your couch, but you actually couldn't move it on your couch. It needed a handle, as simple as that. So we had to go back to the drawing board, and we added a really cool TikTok handle on it. And what a game changer something so simple would have on all those 5-star reviews.
So I think the key takeaway for everyone, if we have a slide board, we're going to be like Jordan and Serena Williams.
Yes, exactly.
That's the one thing that we're all taking note of.
Exactly.
Okay. But no, right? You can still innovate on innovation and not to be scared to do so.
Yeah.
It's absolutely. All right. So this is a fun one, because we're talking about money, and we're talking to a company of 5 and a corporate CPG company here. So very different, but everyone's budgets are under pressure. So how are you answering success internally to those that you work with?
In terms of,
like, how are you evaluating your budgets as you're going out there and testing? Do you have the flexibility to fail and to come back and show that success?
yeah, no, I think the way we have always looked at innovation, or I guess innovation within the media space, is you shouldn't put all of your dollars against things that are, trial, new to market. You have to have some proven, some mostly proven, and then you reserve some dollars to try out new ways of working, new companies, new vendors, to give you that upside potentially. Back when social happened, nobody invested anything there. And had you been investing there, your company probably would have grown much faster than others that ignored it. And I think the idea here is we should always have some dollars associated with those channels. But you have to pick and choose the ones you think are going to be most powerful, and the ones that fit most with your campaign too. It shouldn't be, you have these big, stunning visuals, but all you're playing is radio. Like, that's not going to help you too much, right?
100%. I think it's the measurement component of that too, right? You always hear like what's driving the most conversion because it's closest to that point of purchase. But if you're not up there and driving that awareness, radio, visuals, then you're not even going to get to that lower purchase. Yeah.
What's interesting and gosh, I have to say, I love Kraft Heinz mustard, by the way. I have a mustard recipe for salad that I will share with you at the end of this session. And I will love to give it to Kraft Heinz for free to promote.
Well,
If you
heard
want
it. We'll
if you
take
want.
it.
Stay tuned with like arugula, and you have to have good onions with it. Yeah, I'm giving it to everybody. So what's interesting with us is to get data takes an awful lot of work. And I spent a lot of time being the glue behind the scenes. And so for example, we hired a financial modeling firm. They're called Bain. Hire them. They're amazing. They're the bedrock of our business. But to get the modeling set up from OpEx to marketing spend to board and inventory to consultants and modeling that out, you have to model out over, 2, 3, you guys all know this. And it's that takes a lot of work. And then you have to work with your accounting team to get the actual numbers month over month. And then you have to query them and put them together. Then you got to look at them and the over under and the delta. That's like a week. And then I haven't even gotten to the business yet, So it's like I'm saying, don't take for speaking to the bigger companies, the more mature companies is don't take for granted your data people and the widgets on the back end, because it took a lot of human power to get there and it's invaluable. It's an invaluable resource for us. And even to add to that, something interesting is we missed out on Q4 sales last year because of the pandemic supply chain. So we set up manufacturing in Asia. We tried to make the boards in the States. It was a supply chain disaster just because no one had done it before and it was too expensive. So we had to outsource to Asia. We're now bringing the boards back to Ohio, looking for
Cincinnati plug.
Cincinnati. But our boards were stuck on the boats from in Long Beach port from October 15th through January 15th, and it sucked. We missed out on, for us, it was about $300,000 in sales, and that we had to then I totally reworked the books then and the forecasting for this year. And it's, being a startup, we weren't able to pay some of our vendors. We love you vendors. We're paying you soon. But they've been committed with us because they see the opportunity and they see the ROAS and they see the big vision and, they love my jokes. So they are continuing to work with us, but it's data at the end of the end. Yeah, you guys all know it's data, but it takes someone to get those data and to look at those data and to analyze those data.
Yep, the right data for sure. Before we open it up to some Q&A, any words of wisdom, any final points that you want everyone to leave with outside of the mustard recipe that you'll be sharing with everyone?
I mean, lesson learned is for me is simple. And we learned this at the studio. One example is we launched with 3 different temperatures. We had a 45-degree class, a 50-degree class, and a 55-degree class, and it was just too confusing. So we went all in on 50. Made sense. With what we're doing with Burn is we launched with a subscription platform that had all access and basic access. And basic access is no longer alive. We killed that darling. And it was my idea going, we're going to be a full brand. We're going to be a fitness brand. We're not just going to do slide boards. We're going to do yoga and hits and all these things. And we still have them on the app, but it was confusing to people going, what platform am I? And it's go all in. We're a slide board company. That's what we do. We're a cold temperature company. We're 50 degrees. So just simple in all messaging. Even a commercial we did recently, we showed we showed a mom working out. We showed her mother working out, and then we pivoted to a dad with his son playing hockey, and it was too much. We're trying to show kind of like that whole family, that the whole family can do it. Too many story arcs, too many narratives. It really have to get. We should have the 15 seconds should have been just the mom working out, or for that sake, the 30 seconds. So we're continuing to learn simple is the key.
So I'll reinforce two things that you said.
Please.
One, data, very important. I would say how you use data to understand who your consumer is, what's important to them, what makes them tick, and what drives their decisions during the day at the point of the day that you're actually trying to speak to them. That is incredibly important, which drives insights that need to be simple in order for people to understand. If you end up having to spend 5 minutes to explain an insight to somebody, it's not an insight, it's a very complicated story. Your insight should be snap. If you can't explain it in 2 sentences or less, it's already too complicated. Focus, and that'll probably unlock a lot of doors for you.
Okay, questions? Oh, okay, one. Anyone? Maybe two. First of all, Johnny and I have become best friends, so we've chatted a lot.
Yes.
And I do love your product. But I have a question about audio. Again, you're sitting here at Odyssey, and specifically for CPG, because we do a lot of business with CPG companies, but how do you view audio now, just with obviously the rise in streaming and podcasting and innovations in measurement? I mean, we're talking a lot about data and insights, but how has Kraft Heinz kind of followed that path? Or do you, like, I mean, or are you still figuring that out?
Yeah, I think it depends on the category and the manager for sure. I would say you need to meet your consumer where they are, where they look at or listen to creative. So if they're listening to the radio all the time and that's 90% of the media they're consuming, you probably need to be on radio. If they're across 15 different channels and you're trying to figure out your mix, that's probably a portion of it. And then I do think the other piece comes back to creative. If I look at a company like, or a brand like Duracell, or even Empire earlier, jingles, brands that have sounds that are associated with them, to me, those are super powerful and audio should be heavily used, right? But in other instances, I ran Kraft Mayo, we didn't have a whole lot of sound associated with us, and you can't get a lot of sound from Mayo. So big, stunning visuals made a little bit more sense. So I think part of it plays in there as well.
Okay, well, thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Brand Innovators. This was a great day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Awesome. Okay. All right. Got 4 more sessions. No, I want to say thank you. Like, this was pretty great. You all are awesome. You should give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have a cocktail. Let's listen to some music. Let's have a snack. I've been asked to ask everybody to congregate together in the elevators because I think we have to go down to go up. So if we can all meet in that, the vestibule over there by the elevators, we'll go. Brand innovators, thank you. Brands, thank you. Platforms, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. But this has been awesome. This has been just a terrific couple of days. It's nice to be back together again. So enjoy, everybody. Be safe. Happy Memorial Day. And let's have a cocktail.
The sun is out.